timer?
I thought said no need timer.
Huh? Who? This is only for the timer. And not working time. I can figure. But we do one check then, one ten. You can figure also 10 if you want, okay? No problem. So the timer status is here.
You can check WSD FB Facebook. I start like
Right down there. Okay.
not me.
Hi, how are you?
Okay.
Yeah.
Is it working? Yeah. Will someone be there? Okay, that's good.
The time is now.
There's no qualification, right? Just to let you know, some people don't know how to do from conclusion. A lot of people I see, they don't know conclusion. I told them my 1 hour don't find me.
Can you do me a favor? Announce in the world speech day group chat. And then if you can get the link.
Which group chat?
Our world speech day.
World speech day group chat?
Yeah, can you get the link so that they can actually link in?
The link is at worldspeechday.sg.
Yeah, get the link and paste it in the link.
You're in charge of YMC. Huh? You're in charge of YMC. Oh, thank you so much. I was supposed to give the guy.
No, give the cue cards to the MC.
Now.
No, when you're talking. When you're about to. Yeah. And it's your time. Is there a chair here? Sorry, don't you? This one charge or no? Go on.
Bluetooth mode.
Yeah, that's what I said. Then pass it to the MC.
What? You want to put outside, no?
Keep this cake up with you. When the MC announces your name, you give it to her. Okay. You keep with you.
Actually, this
Then you pass to the MC. The ordinance is number 8. You see who are the ones for the first match. Yeah, you see who are the ones. Then, let's say, later
Whoever is here for first time, they speak first.
yeah.
The rest are up.
Okay, those who are speakers already here want to take photo. Now is a good time to take photo, right? You want come together? Let's take photo together, right? Those who are here, only the speakers, then you can show your certificate, everything, correct? But this style is very difficult. This style is very difficult. Those who come with the certificate, if you want, come. Those who are speakers, come here.
Good idea, man.
Any more now? No more speakers. Those who are speakers, come here.
Yeah, I want the chairs to, the two chairs to be away. Remove the other, how do you remove the other chair also? That first one, that first chair. Yeah.
Those who are speakers can come and take photo, right? So once the thing starts, there's no time really. Anywhere you want. Come closer. Never mind. Come closer. All right. Can or not?
I can Okay, I can see everyone. Right? Okay.
You have your certificates, why don't you bring it with you?
Yeah. It's okay. Okay.
Suzanne, certificates.
Okay. We take first.
Come on, be fast, be fast.
Okay.
Time is essence.
1, 2, okay, sure. 1, 2, 3. One more. 1, 2, 3.
She has already got hers.
Thank you, thank you. It's okay, okay. It's okay, never mind. Already. Time is essence, doesn't matter. No, if the degree you reach in 1 hour, don't worry.
Okay, come, who else? Who else?
Don't worry. Okay.
Indumati. Hey, Indumati one.
Okay, who else? Okay. Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Thank you.
Oh, good.
Thanks.
Good.
Okay, yeah. Okay, thank you, thank you.
You?
2 days time, you go to the what app group, see all your photos, okay?
Yeah. That's right. Give me a walk. Yeah.
Ayo, this one drop. Who push?
Those who want coffee, tea, buns, help yourself. Alright? If coffee, tea, hot water are here, the food are inside. You want a cold drink also you have, not to worry. The Wi-Fi is here, the number, right? The Wi-Fi. Sure.
Okay, fine. Okay. Ready. 1, 2, 3. 1. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
谢谢。
You start at 9:15, okay?
I'm opening her.
Okay. Once you're ready, alright? You're ready.
I'm opening her.
Yeah. So the guest honor video is inside, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Better starts with me. Each of us can do our part to make the world a better place for all of us to live in. Take environment.
My register for next year already. Another thing that's the way. So your doctor, right? Yeah. You spoke last time, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. See, so every year, that's the way. Don't miss the opportunity. You go one to the then the whole world will be 100 countries. But you're 40. You look like a young very mature. Some people are 21 years old.
Bonjour.
Coffee people are not coffee milk. Coffee milk.
That's why you're asking. Give Ernest.
Wait, so make 100 people now.
Ask Ernest.
100. Enjoy what you can. Looking for what? Huh? This is okay. I don't think
Please wear your key.
Be brave.
Ernest. You can start.
Can ready.
You can start. I can wait.
Okay, 9:15 we start. Alright? Maybe another 2 minutes. So please be seated.
Okay.
Everybody
Can I
be
see the raise
seated.
of hands who are the speakers?
Because some speakers are coming
Okay,
in
1, 2,
step by step.
3, 4, 5. No, you later. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Terry, Terry, you mean the speakers for the 9:30 slot or all
Do
the
you want to speak now? Okay, 9:30 slot. Okay, you can start now. I mean, you can just do the start. You will do
Yeah.
be the lead speaker.
Alright. Ask everybody to be seated.
Are we still live on Facebook? If anything goes wrong, please help me on the technical page. Let me know. Exactly.
Is the banner okay?
Yeah, you can see it. You're here. Yeah, you're good. You start? Yeah. Alright, you're on.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the World Speech Day 2026. I'm happy and sad to announce our guest of honor could not make it today because on Thursday she told me that she had the flu. So I told her, what are you going to do? She said, I'm going to record the thing and send to you in case I could not recover on Sunday. So that's the reason I told her, why not? So she recorded the thing, she sent to me on Friday. So since she's not there, I'm doing the opening address. It's the difference from the speech which I'm going to deliver for the World Speech Day. Welcome, world citizens. Thank you so much for coming on time to deliver a World Speech Day speech. This year's World Speech Day, the theme is, as a world citizen, I, So, you may ask me, why World Speech Day? It was crafted and thought about it more than 10 years ago. Actually, it's 11 years ago. This is the 11th World Speech Day, founded by a professor from England, Simon Gibson. I met him in 2013. I attended the World Speech Writing Conference in Birmingham, UK. Just happened that he was seated next to me in one occasion only. We exchanged name cards and so forth. I never thought so much about him. But in 2015, Boxing Day, he gave me a call. He said, Ernest, you still remember me? Simon here, Simon Gibson. I said, of course. I want to organize the World Speech Day. So he explained to me. I said, okay. He said, do you want to join me? Ernest Chen is a person, either yes or no, on the spot. I said, yes. He said, are you sure? I said, yes. Why I said yes? Because we just finished the 50 hours of speech marathon to celebrate Singapore SG50 at YMCA. We slept overnight there and we celebrated at the cafe and the phone rang. I said, we just finished 50 hours of speech marathon, right? Some of them were there, but Susan and Mayan, they all took it. So he said, good, fantastic. So I sealed the deal. But I met him a week before the World Speech Day. I went to London for some business. So he came to the Heathrow airport to meet me. And we discussed how we should go about doing it. So that was the beginning of World Speech Day. So 2016 was the first World Speech Day. And Singapore happened to be the first country to start the World Speech Day. Come on, give us a hand. You may ask me, why Singapore? Because the first time we do World Speech Day, there were only 20 countries. New Zealand, Australia were not there. So Singapore saw daylight before them. So it became the first one. It's not like, so Singapore's name is well known. And whenever we do an event, we do it grand, we do it great, we do it memorable. The first World Speech Day, we even had 50, 60 speakers at YMCA auditorium. We even pay for the auditorium, we pay for the food and everything. Everybody enjoyed. So this is the dawning of a World Speech Day during the time. So this year is the 11th year. You may ask me, why World Speech Day? There are two things on my mind. First, because being a Toastmasters, many of them join Toastmasters. They only speak in the club. Speaking in the club is one platform. When you're speaking outside the club, it's another platform. When you're speaking on World Speech Day, live streaming, audience the world, it's another platform. I did it because I want to render services to Toastmasters to come to different platforms and practice the speech. Delivering the speeches is day in, day out. Making speeches is a skill. Just like driving a car. You start with the mini minor, eventually you end with Lamborghini, Ferrari, because you're so skillful. The same thing is speeches. Different platforms give you a different experience. Seize it and do it. So today, I want you to deliver here like you are practicing speaking. There's no right, there's no wrong. The theme is as a world citizen. This is a motivation speech. This is an inspirational speech. This is a speech that speaks from the heart. How you can help as a person to change the world. In life today, there are two types of people. When you get up in the morning, 6:30. Individual A, look at the clock. Wow, still early. I go back to sleep. Another one, 6:30. I get up and chase my dream. Right? So which category do you belong to? Today, you get up early, you dress up, you chase your dream. Because you're going to deliver the speech of your life, World Speech Day. I want you to speak from the heart. This is the way. A lot of my students come here to be trained. I tell them speak from the heart is the best thing. Speaking makes you a better speaker if you read more. You have to read current affairs. Whatever you talk, you link up with what's happening in the world today. So people know about it, they can link up and they know your story. That is the most important thing. Believe me, everybody is different. After listening to all the speakers later on, you can see everybody is different. But many people want voice. They want to change the world. So ladies and gentlemen, I thank you for coming. I thank you for supporting the World Speech Day. I look forward to seeing you next year and next year and next year again. I believe that together we can conquer the world. Thank you so much. Play the video. Is my voice too loud?
That's nice.
Thank you.
Good morning. Better starts with me. Each of us can do our part to make the world a better place for all of us to live in. Take environment, a topic that you and I care deeply about. We can all perform small acts to create a positive impact in the environment. What are they? First, use less plastic bags. Second, bring your own recycling bag when you do shopping. Third, bring your own container when you buy takeaway food. Fourth, set your aircon temperature at an appropriate level, not too cold where you have to wear a winter jacket. Fifth, don't waste food. Consume only what you can. Sixth, participate in tree planting events. These are organized by grassroots organizations. They are organized by NParks. Participate in them. Get to know like-minded friends who, like you, care for the environment too. And we can always share tips and help one another. Finally, when you participate in festivals like Mid-Autumn Festival, for example, make your own lanterns. Get your children to make their own lanterns rather than buy new ones. And you'll be very impressed and surprised by their creativity. These are simple acts, but you can do them daily, and they will create a very strong positive impact to the environment, and we will have less environmental calamities. Having a good environment doesn't just affect this generation, it affects our children's generation, their children, so on and so forth. We are all world citizens, and we all have a part to play in looking after the environment, in looking after one another, so that the world will be a pleasant, a kind place, and a loving place for all of us to live in. So let's all do our part, each one of us, whether they are big acts, whether they are small acts, as long as they are acts of love and care for the environment, care for one another, it is a positive impact. So once again, thank you for having me, and I wish all of you will have a fulfilling and meaningful World Speech Day. Thank you and appreciate your having me. Thank you, Ernest. Bye-bye.
By the way, she's the Member of Parliament for Tanjung Pagar GRC. The reason I invited her a few times because we are in her ward. She takes care of these places. So YMCA up here and around city area, so it's under her control. So that's right. Then she's been guest honor for about 7 times. This is the second night she missed.
Shall we start?
Never mind.
Shall we? Huh?
So start with the first speaker now.
Okay, give me a minute.
Who is the timer? Or no timer? Never mind.
The timing I gave you is a gauge here. Okay, but try not to lazy. We're back to that. Is that working? Can someone check the Facebook Live?
It's not.
Yeah, I can see the camera moving.
Oh, okay. So
I don't know,
maybe
I'm not sure whether it's
in
recording.
some of your phones, it's just a, yeah. So it should be okay. So if let's say not working in your phone, you check with your other, it's working, right? So is it okay now? Okay, let's start. Huh? No, because the one is blank. I was fixing it a while ago. Okay, good morning everyone. I believe you're also excited, and now it's 9:30. Let's start with the, I need to call on my first MC, Tricia. What is going to happen is that whenever a speaker comes, please collect your cue card from the registration, and then they will give it to the MC. And the MC will read it, and then you will come here and do your speech. Okay? Let me call on the first speaker, or you can just actually queue up here. Terry? I'll give it to you. Please stay.
So our next speaker is a passionate traveler and owner of CACT, a personal development training firm. He holds the prestigious DTM designation from Toastmasters International. His speech title, A World Without Border. Let us welcome Terry Lee.
Thank you.
A very good day, fellow global citizens. I believe the camera is on and we are live. As a world citizen, I would like to invite everyone now to close your eyes just for a moment and imagine that you are the most powerful decision maker in this entire universe of yours. Keep our eyes closed and think, what is the key thing that plagues the world now, that impacts on every single one of us without exclusion? Now, open our eyes. Good morning again. I'm pretty sure we do not have people who could hurl missiles at another country at this moment here. But all of us are capable of something else. Let's consider this. What if what really plagues the world today is not hatred, it's not political gain, but this seed in our heart? We call it irritation. Like a little pebble in our shoes. The more we walk in it, how do we feel? the more irritated. And before you know it, irritation becomes deep assumptions, irremovable injustices or sense of it, and finally conflicts and explosion. I believe that we can all pursue a world without bother. It's not because we are not bothered, but we choose not to be bothered by small irritation that comes out of the unsameness. Let me share with you a story of me growing up. I was very bothered about how my mom looks at me. She would say, "Hey son, step on the stage, tell a story, win a prize." I had no idea of what a trophy son was about. I only replied, "But mom, I'm not prepared, worried." Obviously, I have a mom who cannot take no for an answer. "No son, go up." Went up, started, lost, nothing in my hands except shame. I was not the same son my mom wanted. She was bothered by that. So was I. Well, that's family, you would say. It's okay, behind closed doors, everybody loves everybody. But there's this irritation that why is my son not living up to my expectations? In my workplace, finally as a boss, I could call the shots. And I want every one of you to listen to me. If it is 9 a.m. in the morning, then without exception, everyone has to be here. And with me speaking at 9:05, all of us can only say yes. I wanted yes, man, because I couldn't take unsameness. In a world where we are easily irritated, easily bothered by the lack of sameness, you could imagine this is one boss who loses his temper quite easily. And how about in Toastmasters likewise? We can have the same pathway. Why can't we have different way of getting there? But no, in my world there can only be one way. Does it sound like you? But it was definitely me. I was clearly fixated by the efficiency defined by my way or no way. Does that come at a personal price? You may count your losses now, but me definitely. I become isolated. I can only be strong because the moment I'm weak, I will be isolated. Chairs will be empty like this because nobody bought my idea of only my way. And the bigger problem is, as a world citizen or at least a world traveler, I thought I have seen it all. I know the ways about it. But still, I encounter differences, even just out there. I believe some of us come here by foot, at least at the crossroads. How did you cross and make it here just now? My way was to dash across the crossroad because it saved time. That must be one way, perhaps the jaywalking way. I believe some of you would say, no, I would do that 3-part. Here, here, and there, and get here. We get here anyway, safely in one piece. But I had mine. And I would, in my usual self, be very bothered that you didn't go my way. Mine is the better way, faster way. Really? At least that was my thought. And so long as I'm irritated by the unsameness, I do not have a world without bother. I am bothered by small things which dangerously will fester itself to become certain assumptions which make me want to dismiss the lack of sameness. The same thing happened at a Paris cafe years ago when I spoke to someone of a different skin color and a different scent we carry. That wasn't too bad, although it bothered me a little, the lack of sameness. The same would apply to the person. What really was the problem was our different view of East and West. My Confucian ethics and his way of Stoicism. Very soon, between the two of us, the coffee had turned cold, but our own assumptions, different assumptions, were still very warm. I'm glad it didn't escalate into a fight. But then I realized, recounting my life, I can say I'm a world citizen like every one of you here. But my heart is really this small. This small that you can't even see. But we truly know, with your marvelous passports as you travel and as you meet people from different paths, that the world is really that big. Very rich and diverse. It cannot be oppressed into so small a comfort zone I call my own. So standing before you today here, I recount my own paths, and I do realize that in order to be a truly world citizen, I do have to revisit this heart, enlarge it. Because only when I do that, I will have no enemies. I will have neighbors. I will not have anything that will make me feel angry. I will only have discoveries. Even words that I might not have known before now becomes very delightful nuggets. My world becomes bigger, and I will truly then be building a world without border. Thank you.
Up next, we have Mr. Edmund Chu. He has over 39 years of experience in logistics and trading and continues to stay active and engaged at 70. His approach is simple: build a strong network, stay positive, and keep learning, unlearning, and relearning. He believes life is like a book, sometimes exciting, sometimes slow, and often challenging. But with a positive mindset, every new page brings new possibilities. His speech title is The Unknown. Let us welcome him.
Very good morning to all world citizens and citizens of the living. There's a saying we say, there's a greener pastures out there. Do you agree with me? Yes or no?
Yes.
I neither agree nor disagree, because as I narrate, remember, I'm not here to teach you or tell you, but I want to share with you. Why? Because I'm not a degree holder, I'm only just a simple person, and I can tell you, I earn and learn and relearn from age 7 till now. I'm just 70. Still strong! Hear the voice. If you want to be a Toastmasters, this is the Tan Tian. Here, every day. If you cannot utter and articulate the right voice, don't be a person that you will stand here. Why? Because many of us fear the unknown. Just like me. I was the sixth sibling of the family, the most notorious one. Everybody looked down on me because I never go to school. I love to play. Only till age 55, then I discovered that I was an autistic person. So what to be an autistic person? We had the other side of our life. We have the other side of the talent. So from then on, all these years, I stood up, I stand, I suffered in a way, but I never give up. Why? Because very simple. Most of us, when we do something that is unknown, we have the fear in us. Because we're scared. We are afraid to fail, especially the Singapore 5K culture. Kia Isu, Kia Chinghu, Kia Bo, Kia Kaki, and Kia Si. This is a K culture. It's not afraid to lose. But if you look at the world great leaders and philosophers, Jack Ma, how did he thrive and thrive? He failed so many times. Colonel Fenders succeeded at age 70. Here in the literary dot, we have succeeded holistically, globally, but all the citizens must learn how to stood up to be successful. Why? Because we are the vibrator of the world. I'm not here to brag. I traveled around the globe twice. One in a 10-day mission, one in a 20-day mission. It was tiring. It wasn't easy. We traveled many places. Half of my life, and I can say half of my life, I spent in logistics, 39 years. I failed 13 company. Only the 14 people say success, sure diamond. Till now, 1994, and I'm still standing tall. Why? Because I am here, I never give up. Even I fail, even I do not know the trick, I keep on trying. I keep on persistence. The 3 P's in life, I persevere. Why? Because the minute you give up, everything is gone. So, one of my mentor, and always I remember him, Chiu Ban Singh. One day we met in District 51, way back many years before District 18. He said, Edmund, come and join me. I said, no. I do not know what is going on. He said, come to our Toastmasters Club. You mean you all go up toasting, drinking every night? He said, no, you come. So before I go and join his club or go and visit him, I try my best. I'm the type of person, you tell me this is good, I won't go. I will find out similar companies that run the same show. I will go and attend, I will have a look, I dig out, I find, I do research. Then I end up in Bukit Batok Toastmasters Club. And I call it Batorian Club, not Barbarian, Batorian, because it's Batok lah. So we are good in coining icon name. We have the past district governor John, a very popular figure to join us. So these were the days, those were the days, and then I joined and I grew. So very importantly, ladies and gentlemen, don't fear the unknown. Many people have fear. Why? Because with this uncertainty, I have gone through 5 to 6 calamities. Lehman Brothers, everybody say, Edmund, you die. When I go to Philippines, that was my tough for the past 39 years. People say, Edmund, that place is the most notorious place you did. I still survived. Today they ask me, how did you survive? So you see, very importantly, I want to share with you one word called focus. F-O-C-U-S. Fast forward. O, you observe. C, you communicate, you concentrate. You utilize whatever resources. The resources are everywhere with AI and everything. You don't need to go and get people to teach you. S, you strategize what you learn. Even at my age 70, I can make movie, iMovie. COVID time, I make 200 movie trailers. I learn AI. I do AI better. People say, Edmund, you cannot. There is no such thing as can or not. It's always can. Dr. Ernest Chen always tell me, Edmund, you can. The word impossible is called if possible. Why? Because everybody are possible. The possibilities of you being successful is because you give up. So Jack Ma always say, don't give up. He failed hunting times, many times, and he tried. So today I'm going to share one more story. Last 6 months, I was in Philippines. I saw the city give up. Hybrid. So Jack Ma always say, don't give up. He failed hunting times, many times, and he tried. Why? Because I catch up with you. Remember, if you need just a word from me, not advice, see me. Uncle at you.
She retired over 4 years ago. Before her retirement, she worked in enterprise risk management at the headquarters of Singapore Health Services, one of Singapore's 3 public healthcare clusters. Today, she volunteers with the Crohn's and Colitis Society of Singapore as a patient program administrator. The organization supports people living with inflammatory bowel disease. Her speech title, Inflammatory Bowel Disease Has No Border. Let's welcome Tan Mei.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. How many of you is aware of IBD? Anyone in the audience knows what IBD stands for? It is inflammatory bowel disease. Are you aware of the 10 million people in the world who suffered in silence, many of them, these inflammatory bowel disease, of which Crohn's disease and ulcerative colitis are the two most common and most severe. Can you imagine yourself having ulcers in your gut, which can occur anywhere between your mouth and your anus, throughout your gut? Would that be painful? I'm sure it is. And would you be talking to other people about your bowel movements? The need to urgently run to the toilet every time after a meal? Or to have cramps in your stomach and inability to eat? Being tired all the time because you don't have enough nutrition, because you're afraid to eat. Why are you afraid to eat? Because every time you eat, you need to run to the toilet. And people often misunderstand you if you have IBD because they think you are pretending to be tired so that you don't need to work. You can shirk, and people tell you that your colleagues will shake you and say, look at that shirker. Again, going to the toilet. Not knowing that it is not a lifestyle preference. It's not because I want to, I need to, I have to. How many of you have friends or know of people who always have to go to the toilet after a meal? Have you ever known friends like that? Some of you nodded yes. Do you feel that it is very irritating? Sometimes every time after a meal you see him running away to the toilet. Yes, your friends get irritated because they think you are not being social. You are antisocial. So in a way you get isolated. But where do I get treatment? It is a long process to be diagnosed properly, definitively with inflammatory bowel disease because the symptoms are so diverse. Stomach ache, having to run to the toilet, having febrile, tired. Rhubarb is having fever and having no appetite, dare not eat, suffering from malnutrition. And slowly but surely you get away from your friends and so on. The most troubling is that IBD is on the rise worldwide. And in Singapore itself, there are about 3,000 people who are known and diagnosed with IBD, either Crohn's or ulcerative colitis. Not only do you suffer those symptoms I just said, you are also at risk of a lot of comorbidities like diabetes, high blood pressure, arthritis, and the worst fear of is colorectal cancer. Because the ulcers in your gut can manifest in many ways, and one of the very common ways is colorectal cancer. Once you are diagnosed, it is a lifelong condition. You cannot get away with it. And not only are you yourself suffering, your loved ones, your family members also suffer because of various things. And a very important one is financial burden. Treatment is lifelong. Medication is expensive. And as you progress, you will find that you need a lot of monitoring. You are afraid of having cancer, so you go for all your scans, you have to go for regular blood tests, and you can't work properly. How then are you going to treat it? But not everybody in the world have the privilege of being diagnosed. Many of them, especially in the Southeast Asian region, goes without diagnosis. And they suffer and suffer in pain, in loneliness, not being known. So what we are doing in the Crohn's and Colitis Society is actually raising public awareness, helping people to understand that this invisible disease condition which our fellow citizens suffer from. And we have now a body called the International Federation of Crohn's and Colitis Association, IFCA, who collectively coordinates every year, once a year, on May 19th, the World IBD Day, where over 50 countries around the world, across 5 continents, get together to celebrate World IBD Day, to raise awareness amongst the people that there is this condition which afflicts and make it debilitating for a lot of people, and especially in Southeast Asia. Singapore has one of the highest incidence of IBD in Southeast Asia. And we are lucky because we have a government which promotes public health and has a Crohn's and Colitis Society to help raise public awareness and get people to understand, provide education, support by providing nutrition to the young ones who are diagnosed. And the worrying thing is that the age of being diagnosed with Crohn's or colitis has been very low. It's been decreasing. So young ones, babies, toddlers are being diagnosed and they have to live with this for life. The only way to treat them by the gastroenterologist is to ensure that they get about 6 months or so living just with Modulan, a nutritional drink, clear their gut before they can start solid food. And it's expensive. So what do? We have the social workers, medical social workers, referring cases to us in Crohn's Colitis Society. Then we can liaise with the company providing Modulan. Do you aware that Nestle is the one providing Modulan? And they provide these through Crohn's and Colitis Society at a subsidized rate so that these people can have the nutrition. And it is worrying because the number of young cases that are diagnosed with Crohn's or ulcerative colitis is increasing, and severity is also increasing. So what we want to do is to get everybody, especially in Southeast Asia, to be aware and be a world citizen, go out, help these people, help them emotionally, recognize them as having a disease condition, not a malingerer. Right? They need support in school, as a young adult, in national service, and as they age, and especially for those who have been living with it for so long, those above 60, they need care. And most important, they need recognition. They need a handshake from you to tell them, I understand. I appreciate your condition. Let's live together and do not forget the more vulnerable, less privileged amongst us. Let's work together, help the IBD patients, and truly recognize that IBD has no borders, because anyone, anywhere, whether you are rich or you are poor, whether you are a prime minister or a floor sweeper, you may be afflicted by it. Help recognize that IBD has no borders. Thank you. Thank you.
Our next speaker comes from humble beginnings, which has shaped her journey as a passionate public speaker. She hopes to deliver impactful speeches that resonate with you, like a gentle breeze, and sparkle your inspirations. The speech title is Green Sustainability. Let's welcome Susie Hua.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome. I am small in size, as you can see, but my eyes is bigger than my size. This is because I have traveled and touched on many countries: Malaysia, Thailand, China, Egypt, Turkey, Europe, US, South America. As I travel, I embrace the beauty and the freshness of this country. May I know who loves to travel like me? Wow, very good. I've seen a lot of good travelers. Now let me share with you one of my travel experience at Sabat in year 2024. Sabat is located between the Norway main cities and the North Pole. Sabat belongs to Norway. I went on to the fjord cruise mainly to see polar bears in the wildlife. Singapore has no more polar bear in the zoo. So after 8 hours on the icy fjord cruise, I could only see one polar bear from a very far distance. I was disappointed. I was expecting to see a family of polar bears, or at least 2 polar bears at Southern region. I've done a little research. Google mentioned that there should be 250 to 300 polar bears at Southern region, but I only see one. So I bought a souvenir from Southern because the photos I've taken for polar bear is very tiny from a distance. The tour guide besides me, he sensed my disappointment. He came to tell me polar bear population has decreased because of the global rising temperature. I was curious, how does the rising temperature affect the populations of the polar bear? So I done a little bit of research. I realized that the rising global temperature melts the ice faster in spring. Polar bear depends in spring to hunt for food after the dark winter. So with the melting and thinning of the ice, birds, it has to swim very far, use up a lot of energy, their health gets deteriorated, and therefore their reproductions and survival rate really reduce. So how can we, as travelers, help to promote greener sustainability? So I do a little bit of research as well. Now in simple terms, green sustainability means that we live, we work, and travel in such a way that does not push our climate to its limit. Apparently, most of our activities actually emit a lot of greenhouse gases, such as carbon dioxide and methane. These greenhouse gases actually traps heat in the atmosphere, and therefore the temperature in the global rises, seawater also rise, and the ice melts faster. So how can we, as travelers, save the planet? Today, I would like to share with you 2 simple actions that we can take to save and promote a greener sustainability. First is travel less wastefully. Second, travel more thoughtfully. Now let's touch on the first point, travel less wastefully. Travel by plane actually emits a lot of carbon footprint. Do you all know that when the plane fly off and landing, it actually emits a lot of carbon dioxide? So if millions of population on Earth could consolidate their multiple trips into one long deeper journey, that could reduce the carbon footprint. If the travel distance is short, maybe you can consider to travel by train, bus, cars, or even shared rides. These transportation modes, though they emit the carbon footprint, but compared to plane, it has a smaller footprint. Next, travel more thoughtfully. So when you put the hotels or accommodations, when you travel, you look for companies or hotels that use renewable energy or have more energy savings measures. So people like us, we can take shorter showers, okay, and reuse our towels instead of keep replenish new towels. Switch off electricity, air conditioner or heater when you leave the hotel rooms. Simple actions by us as travelers could conserve resources and therefore promote longer sustainability. Now, greener practice is about reducing greenhouse emission gases and conserve resources. The world is so beautiful for us to explore with freshness. So let us travel less wastefully, more thoughtfully towards a longer and greener sustainability. With that, thank you.
Up next is Li Tun. He's a chartered accountant and entrepreneur, exploring and sharing life stories, one speech at a time. His journey reflects a passion for growth, resilience, and inspiring others through real experiences. His speech title is Make America Great Again. Let us welcome him.
Make America Great Again. You know who started this slogan, right? Good morning, world citizens, my friends. Donald J. Trump used this slogan, Make America Great Again, convince the voter, American voter, and he became the president of the United States of America for the second time. I have lucky enough to witness how America will be going to great again. But don't get me wrong, I never met Donald Trump, or I don't want to. I'm afraid that he might take away all the prize that I won. He has a tendency of taking away other people's prizes. October 2024, me and my wife traveled to the United States before the US presidential election. At the immigration, we met an immigration officer. He looked very angry. He reminded me of Will Smith at the Oscar, but this time, he's not going to hit the Chris Rock, but he intended to hit all the Asian faces, rather a little bit of the races. And he asked, "Where are you coming from?" I told him, "We are from Singapore." "Which city are you from?" Singapore is a city-state. I had to explain to him that we are the tiny island, and then he didn't convince and started accusing us that you all immigrants come here to take away the American job. I told him, we are just coming here for holiday. My brother-in-law lived in the United States, but he didn't convince. He sent us to a secondary interview room. We've been frustrated and sad. We have been traveling all around the world, and this is the first time we have been facing this problem. And we have been to the United States for the numbers of time. And me and my wife, while waiting in the interview room for a few hours, we started to talk about what happened to the United States. And then we started to talk about Make America Great Again. Under the first Donald Trump presidency, America is no longer united. It's more divided. And then we wondering why Donald Trump disliked immigrants so much. And then we realized 2 out of his 3 wives and a number of his mistresses are immigrants. And then no wonder he want to get rid of all the immigrants out of the America. And after spending a few hours at the interview room, finally they cannot find any reason not to let us in, and we are allowed to enter to the United States. So we rent a car at the airport, and we have to drove like 8 to 9 hours to another state where my brother-in-law lives. So, because it's too late, I have to drive faster. Along the way, we are talking about United States, Donald Trump, and then suddenly I realized that there's a flashlight behind me, and I saw a police car asking me to pull over. And we are very shaky, my heart's pounding. You know that the police brutality, especially to the immigrant, we are looking like the Asian faces. But we pulled over, and then we saw a police officer walking slowly towards us. We are shaking with fear. And then police officer asks us, "License and registration, please." And I hand over my license. I don't know where the registration is, so I hand over my passport. And I explain to the police officer that this is the first day we arrived to the United States, and I have to drive all the way to another state to meet my brother-in-law. And the police officer asked, "Which city are you from?" This time I'm smart enough. I told him I'm from Pasir Ris City. He know that. I bring my passport, driver license, go back to his car and check. And we are waiting for the fear. We don't know what will happen. First at the immigration, second at the police stop, out the whole trip while we ran. And then police officer slowly walking on, and we are waiting with fear. He handed me my driving license and passport, and he said, "You are driving way too fast. You're going to get into the accident." And he said, he's worried for us. And then he said, like, "Welcome to America, and let us go. No ticket, no fine, just a word of courtesy and care." After we drove on, we realized that America is not defined by the politician or the slogan or not the Donald Trump. But it's defined by the people. It's right that there is a bad people, racist people, horrible president, and unreliable politician. But there's a lot of good people out there, like the police officer, who care. And then we ask ourselves, is America will be great again? Yes, America is a great country. It's already great. But not because of Donald Trump or the slogan, but because of the good people, kind people, who prefer kindness over hate, understanding over fear. The American citizen, like Renee Coates, you all know that, and then Alice Petit, they lost their life protecting the community, immigrant, and the humanity. So today's speech I dedicated to all the American citizens, good citizens, who help to protect and stand against the unfairness. America will be great again with these people and this kind of people. Thank you very much.
Up next is Loy Hin Soo. He's a former captain in the Civil Defence Force and a passionate mangrove guide in Antarctica. Through compelling stories and meaningful life encounters, he will take us on a journey of discovery, challenging our assumptions, expanding our horizons, and inspiring us to see the world through fresh lenses and bold new perspectives. His speech title is The Forgotten Community. Let us welcome Loy Hin Soo.
Morning, friends. citizens of the world. When we came into this room, the first thing I noticed is the 3 words, World Speech Day. Then I paused for a moment. World Speech Day, is it meant for only those who can speak? What about those who can't speak? Don't you think that their voice are important? Right? So what I'm trying to get to you is, I'm going to share something, and I know one of my friends here, Cindy, is also a member who knows sign language. Alright? So let's play a game. I do some hand signal, you try and guess what am I doing. Alright? Besides Cindy. Alright? So anybody can guess what is this? Make a guess.
Thank you.
Yes. You learn sign language, right? Alright. Next one. Yes.
I love you.
No. Okay, so for sign language, when I noticed, they actually reverse the words. If I'm going to use, what is your name? This one cannot be what. You see? So they reverse it like, your name is what. But to them is, what is your name? Alright? Alright, afterwards I will be sharing some more sign language so that you can open up and communicate with our friends who are not able to hear. Imagine you walking into a room full of people like now, all joking, sharing stories, alright? You sign to them, they look at you, when they smile, you knew in your heart that you are not able to proceed because they don't understand your language. And what normally the person would do, you would just go to the corner, sit down, and watch the world goes by. Right? Now imagine living in the world, living in this world, in this manner, not for a minute, not for an hour, but every day he is facing the same silence. Alright. For thousands of them living among us, they are not living in another country. They are not living in another planet. They are all among us. And yet, we don't notice them. Right? To us, they seem to be speaking a different language. They seem to be invisible. These are the members of the deaf community. People who are often being unheard, unseen, and often forgotten. Alright, let me share you my story. I was picking up in the hawker center one day, ordering my food, and in front of me was a lady, right? When her turn came, she ordered food. The uncle looked at her. She do some hand signal, but the uncle don't understand what he's saying. So after a few rounds, the uncle got very impatient. The crowd behind get longer. I was standing behind. I noticed I had to step in. So I actually stepped in and ordered the food for her. Alright. She looked at me, she nodded. I said, sign of thank you. But when I looked into her eyes, I saw a sign of sadness. Because to her, she wants to be treated like anyone. She wants to be treated like a human being. Okay? Right, we often talk about inclusion. We are proud to say we are very passionate, we are very empathy. But how often do we really take the trouble to connect? to these people who are not able to speak. Alright? How many of us have ever thought, maybe I should learn the language to connect with them? Imagine a person who is not able to speak and the whole world is silent to them. It will be great if you can tell them, I see you, I hear you, let's talk. You see, language is a very powerful tool. It's a bridge between us and them, right? For the deaf community, language is the bridge. It's the world that open up to them a gateway to friendship, connection, and understanding. When we learn their language, we are not only gathering sign language, we are opening a door that is closed, where they have been knocking silently all the while. Imagine how they feel when they can see you, signing to them, saying hello, nice to meet you. Let me ask you a simple question. If you are able to make someone feel seen, heard, and understood, will you do it? Learning a sign language is just a small act, but to someone whose world is always silent, it is a way of saying, I see you, I'm here, let's talk. So tonight, I want to leave you with a simple message. Let's not walk past them and see if they do not exist. Alright? I will teach you 3 simple sign language to bring away. And the first one, maybe you want to try, it's very simple. Alright? This is, can you just follow me? Put your hand here, you put it down. This is thank you. Okay? Thank you. So you see a deaf person, say thank you. Okay? Hello. This is very simple, right? Hi. Alright? What is your name? So if you look at it this way, it becomes reverse, no? Your name is what? Correct? But to us is what is your name? Alright? So learning 3 simple language is just a start. If you continue to learn more, you are actually open a new world where you actually break another barrier to connect with them. Every gesture to them is a bridge. Every effort you make become a voice to someone who has been living in silence. Let us speak with our hand, feel with our heart, and connect with our soul. Because the deaf community does not need our pity. They need our understanding, they need our effort. So let us rise together, not as Toastmasters and citizens of the world. And together, let's make this place a little less silent, a little less lonely, and more place of more living. Thank you.
Up next is Sander Tan. So she's a mother of 2 kids, a citizen of our world, and a person who's living at her best for the greatest good for all. Her speech title, The Universal Language. Let us welcome Sander Tan.
What a beautiful and meaningful Sunday morning, my dear friends. I stand here in front of you today not as one from a country, as a citizen of the world. In our world, different country, different people, different cultures, and we use different languages to communicate each other, to understand each other. English, Chinese, Japanese, Spanish, the list can go on. And English language itself, there are strong rolling Scottish accent, refined British tone, confident American, and of course, Singlish. Even we speak correct grammar, correct usage, we still can't communicate each other. Sometimes we still can feel each other, cannot connect each other. The person may sit beside you, but you still feel that he or she is very far away. Cannot connect to the person. So, especially we can see this during the argument and the fight. So one day, there was a thought hit my mind, saying, what is the universal language? Anyone can guess? It's 4-letter word. Start with L. Love. Yes, love. Here is not about romantic love. It's about compassion, respect, and empathy. Now we all know there are fights for oil and world famous child sexual abuse cases. And the other part of the world, if you can, or you might already have this news, Punch the monkey from Japan Zoo. He was abandoned by his mother and struggled to connect to his fellow monkey. So the zookeeper gave him stuffed chimpanzee toy from IKEA. So he carried everywhere he goes and he hugged it while he's sleeping. So one day, zookeeper posted his pictures on social media. He became very famous and you can even find him on Wikipedia. Then, why? We can connect the monkey all over the world, from all over the world. We don't speak monkey language. Monkey don't understand our human language as well. Why we can connect each other? And last week we have International Women's Day, and we also have World Wildlife Day and International Cancer Day to remind each other, to tell each other that, okay, this case is, we need to be aware of. This thought came into my mind. What if we also have World Loving Kindness Day. Every morning we wake up, we remind ourselves, oh, today is World Loving Kindness Day. Or even on social media, on TV, on radio. If we can broadcast and remind everyone that, dear friends, today is World Loving Kindness Day. Please don't forget to show your kindness, respect, empathy, compassion to other people. Imagine how our world will change into. Thank you.
Up next is Leanne Ava. She won her first contest in Toastmasters International and won second runner-up on the 2025 GASCA International Public Speaking Contest in Tokyo. She lights up the stage every chance she gets, and her speech title is More Than Many Languages. Let us welcome Leanne Ava Livingston.
Wait, before I start, which language should I use? Filipino? English? Chinese? Or should I just say ayo and hope everyone understands? Hi everyone, I'm Lian. I'm 12 years old, I live in Singapore, and my family is Filipino. So at home, dinner isn't just dinner. Our conversations sound like the United Nations conference all the time. My parents speak to me in Filipino. Kamusta ka? I answer in English. I'm good. My friends text me in Chinese. 今天有没有功课吗? And when I'm shocked, I just say, Alamak! Sometimes my brain switches languages so fast I lose track. However, growing up like this taught me something very important. Being a world citizen isn't about how many languages you know. It's about how far your heart is willing to go. As a peer support leader, I've learned that the most happy classmate can have the most words. Someone who says, I'm fine, might really need someone to say, I'm here. Being a world citizen means speaking the language of empathy, noticing the unseen, and choosing kindness anyway. On stage, I can be a queen, a villain, or even a tree. Yes, a very committed tree. And through all this, I've learned that every character has their own story. Even the villain thinks they're right. Being a world citizen means speaking the language of open heart, listening before judging. Even online when I play Roblox, I meet players from all over the world. Nobody asks about where you're from before surviving a zombie attack. You just work together. Being a world citizen means speaking the language of respect, cooperating beyond differences. At home, we video call my family in the Philippines. My cousins there and my friends here in Singapore all feel like one big family. Different accents, different countries, same laughter, same love. Being a world citizen means speaking the language of care, seeing humanity before borders. To me, being a world citizen means promoting peace, standing for equality, and making sure everyone is heard, because every voice matters, including mine, including yours. Thank you.
Up next is Dr. Ernest Chen. Our next speaker is the pioneer who introduced World Speech Day to Singapore in 2016, bringing this global initiative to the local community, a distinguished Toastmasters leader and former district director. He has founded multiple clubs, including the world's first Mandarin-speaking Toastmasters Club. Authored the best-selling book, Earnestly Speaking. He is also one of the founders of the Asia Speakers Association and continues to inspire as a renowned public speaking coach, author, and community leader. His speech title is What a Wonderful World. Let us welcome Dr. Ernest Chen.
Can I invite all of you to sit down and appreciate the speeches? Thank you. Justin, take a seat. Thank you. Take a seat. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Can I have a show of hands if you are the world citizen? Thank you. We are all world citizens. I'd like to begin with a simple truth. Are we living in isolation? Of course not. We are not living in isolation. The air I breathe has traveled across ocean. The food I eat has been touched by hands from distant land. The technology in my pocket, the handphone, has the fingerprints from all over the world. We are woven together in a tapestry that is done by every people around the world. The tapestry has both fragile and frequently magnificent. And so, when I say, as a world citizen, I want to, I'm saying not for myself. I'm saying on behalf of millions and millions of people who share the same humility that is more stronger, better than the borders that divide us. As a world citizen, we must play a part and build and unite the whole world together. This is the way to make a wonderful world for all of us. I'd like all of you to join me to sing the song, What a Wonderful World. If you don't know, take out your handphone and see the lyric and sing together, What a Wonderful World. Come in, join together. I see trees of green, red roses too. I see them bloom for me and you. And I think to myself, what a wonderful world. I see skies of blue, clouds of white, the bright rested day, the dark sacred night. And I think to myself, what a wonderful world. The colors of a rainbow, so pretty in the sky, are also on the faces of people going by. I see friends shaking hands, saying, how do you do? They are really saying, I love you. I hear babies cry, I watch them grow. They'll learn much more than I never know. And I think to myself, what a wonderful world. Yes, I think to myself, what a wonderful world. What a wonderful world if we embrace love, peace, and friendship. What a wonderful world if we have more concerts, more musical festivities, more sports, and more dialogue among nations. It's better than people who say that we must protect the earth, we must promote sustainability, we must reducing people usage. Nothing wrong. But we must strike the balance between hardware and software. There are nations keep on building killer drones, fighter planes, more bullets, more guns to create hatred and animosity among nations. If this is what we want in this world, definitely not. If we can have a love and peaceful world. I want you to join me with another song. I'm sure you know this song. If you can, you hold hands with your friend next door. If not, sing along. This is the song they call it, The More We Are Together. The more we are together, 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 the more we are together, the happier we'll be. For my friends are your friends, and your friends are my friends. The more we are together, the happier we'll be. 当我们同在一起，在一起，在一起。当我们同在一起，真快乐无比。你对我笑嘻嘻，我对你笑哈哈。当我们同在一起，真快乐无比。Do you know that singing can produce oxytocin and dopamine, and add in those endorphins that create the hormone that make us feel happy, make us feel relaxed, and make us feel that we are sociable animals. We love social bonding. So I urge the whole world, the world citizens, sing more together, play more together, crack more jokes, so that we can resonate happiness and harmony in the world. As a world citizen, I want to build bridges, not walls. I want to see where diversity is not fear, but celebrated. Where languages are not barriers, but melodies. Where cultures is not crashing, but dancing. We should not be afraid of differences. The difference is not a danger. The difference is a good place to harmonize with people and build humanity among the community. We all know that. There's a saying, the lamps are different, but the light is the same. Remember, we go to church to pray, we go to mosque to pray, we go to temples to pray. Ultimately, we are all reaching for the same light. As a world citizen, I want to stand for justice. Justice is not selective. Justice is not conditional. Justice is not for the few, privileged few. Yes. We like to say that children deserve education. Family deserves safety. Our voices deserve to be heard. This is the world that we like to see. As a world citizen, I love to see that all of you can confront. What are you going to confront? Confront hatred, confront inequality, not with despair, but with determination. Recognize that what is the poverty in one land diminishes prosperity everywhere. If you see there's oppression in one country, there will be less freedom in another way. Ladies and gentlemen, we must have justice for every one of us in the world today. My dear friend, as a world citizen, this is not a title, this is not a position, this is the responsibility that we must have. Responsibility to make a wonderful world together for you and for me. There are 8 billion people across 193 countries. They are all members of United Nations. Is United Nations doing something? Yes and no. United Nations is controlled by some of the strong countries. You think they care about other people in other parts of the world? Yes and no. We must try to do something so that United Nations is the United Council for the whole world, for the world citizens. I'm happy to tell you that a small country in the whole world is called Singapore. We have great leaders, brave leaders who speak up to promote world peace, to promote world citizens. Who are they? Tommy Cole, Kishore Mahbubani, Josh. They may not know you. I'm sure you know them when you take out YouTube, take out TikTok and see them, how they promote world peace. As a world citizen, we have hope. It's not naive, but necessary. Where peace is something that we dream for, it's a duty. Where love is not a weakness, but the greatest strength of the people around the world. Ladies and gentlemen, what a wonderful world. Oh yeah. Thank you.
Our next speaker is an India-registered chartered accountant with more than 30 years of experience in international finance, specializing in private market funds and strategic transactions across the Asia-Pacific region. His work focuses not only on navigating complex financial markets, but also on guiding individuals toward clarity, confidence, and personal growth. His speech title is, "What Can I Do for This World?" Let us welcome Mr. Arun Sharma.
Can I stop the war between America and Iran? Can I bring down the prices of crude in the whole world? Can I reduce the temperature because of climate change? The answer is obvious. I am not holding any position where I can make a meaningful change. I'm neither a politician nor a super rich person. Then what can I do for this world? I see so much of stress around. I can be stress reducer. I can be fidget spinner. I can be decompressor. Now, how do I reduce the stress around? I should always be laughing. I should always be smiling. I should always be bubbling with joy. Because if I smile, then this is the shortest distance between me and the stranger. When you smile, what happens? The other person also smiles at you. Now, laughing, smiling, being happy is so contagious. If you are happy, people around you also feel happy. If you are sad, they also feel sad. Now, this is the least we can do. And you don't have to pay anything to do all this. To be happy, what do you do? Nothing. Not that you have to deposit some money in the government or pay GST. No, you don't have to do anything. And you can be happy. You can be smiling all the time. You can be giggling, showing your teeth all the time. Nothing wrong. The second is, you should always be complimenting. Now, we are naturally always complaining. Aircon is so low, it's so hot outside. I mean, it is so expensive. Everything, we are complaining about everything. At home, in office, about the boss, about friends, about strangers. So, if you are waiting for a bus, then we complain about the transport system. So, we are naturally, complaining about everything. But if we change our mindset and we start complimenting, oh, it's so good. Everything you can start complimenting. There are people like that I've seen. And that makes a whole lot of difference. If you start complimenting your spouse for making a good breakfast, or your helper at home, or your colleague in the office, everybody has good and bad. So we focus on the bad. We can start focusing on the good. And that will make a big difference. Especially with the children. Your child could be having 10 qualities, but at least 2 or 3 are there to be appreciated. And you can do that. Focus on that. Always appreciate. You will see the change in behavior with that child. But what we do? We are very nagging. We are always pointing out something wrong. Every day, day in, day out, we tell him something which he does not like to hear. So we can be very complimenting all the time. The third point is to be positive. Positivity. If you are positive, nothing is impossible. You can achieve. Ford once said, if you think you can, you can. And if you think you cannot, you cannot. I was in Calcutta for a meeting a few years ago. The meeting was on 12th floor, and for some reason there was a power breakdown and nothing was operating. A friend of mine was there. He said, let's go up, let's climb up. I said, I cannot. And he said, okay, then you hang on, you wait here. He walked up. Then I realized after a few minutes that what have I done? If he can walk up, why can't I? I also. So, if you are positive, everything is achievable. If you are negative, before attempting to do something, I cannot do this. I cannot. It's not possible by me. Walking up to there, I cannot walk. So, we make it negative. So if you are positive, everything is positive around you. Everything is likable. Everything becomes appreciable. Rose looks more beautiful if you are positive. A painting looks more beautiful everything looks more beautiful. You're positive. If you're negative, nothing looks good. Oh, this painting, not good. This person, not good. So if you're positive, everything looks good to you. If you're negative, nothing looks good to you. And the last point which I would like to say, speak less, convey more. What we do is, in everything we express our opinion. At home, in office, with friends. Now that is not required. You disturb the atmosphere. You disturb the environment of the office. Your opinion, if it is called for, give your opinion. Otherwise, everywhere, why do you interfere and give your opinion? For instance, cooking. My wife is cooking. I have a habit of going and poking my nose. I don't know anything about cooking, but still I do it. That is not required. I'm discouraging her. So, speak less, interfere less. Don't interrupt anybody. Whatever people are doing, let them do. Encourage. If you can encourage, very good. If you can't, keep quiet. So, let's not be interrupter. When we speak too much, we interfere too much. We give too much of opinion. Two people are discussing something serious. We poke in our nose and give our opinion. If they ask for, you give. If they don't ask for, just listen. God has given you 2 ears, 1 mouth. Hear double, speak half. So friends, let's sum up. What was the first point? To reduce the stress around, to be happy, to be smiling, to be laughing all the time. If you do that, you really reduce the stress. Second point was, you should be complimenting always, not complaining. Don't complain. Tea is not so hot, sugar is not adequate. Don't complain. Enjoy. The third point is positive. Be always positive. 100% positivity, 0% negativity. And the fourth point is speak less, convey more. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is a passionate storyteller who sees the world through her camera lens. Every clip captures not just an image, but a moment filled with emotion and meaning. Her love for photography transforms ordinary scenes into extraordinary narratives, inspiring others to appreciate the beauty in everyday life. Her speech title, Behind the Camera to be Seen. Let us welcome Mrs. Lee Shan Chan.
When I was asked to come up with a title, I was like, what should I use? Or what should I state? Instead, I decided to use this since the day I was planning to take a photo. And so what do? Take the camera. Right, there we go. The click starts to go off. The clicks go off. But what is the meaning behind the clicks? What are the meanings behind the pressing of the button? What does the show? What does it tell? For many years, many have known that I am rather the one behind the scenes. The one, right, you need a photographer? Here I am. You need someone to do any roles? Here I am. The ability to say no is, somebody says, my strongest strength, because I'm always saying yes. 7 days a week, I can say yes to any person who asks me to do this. And in any Toastmasters role, in any other roles, whichever roles. Anything as long as at the time, yes. One of the trips that I remember very clearly, and why it speaks today, is because it tells us the different ways that we live in. That year, we brought computers. And in 2002, computers are not the small ones now you see. It's those huge computers that we have to carry over to the remote village in China. And in Hainan, that place was so remote that we travel up by bus, by walking, by bicycle. And when we reached there, we were like, wait, where are we sleeping? It turns out we have our sleeping bag with us. So what do we have? Sleeping bags for the rest of the trip. And that time, we realized one thing. The kids do not allow us to do anything, and we were supposed to build a fence for them. The students say, no, don't do anything. Sit down, let us do the work for you. Wait, we are the volunteers to do the work for you, not you to do that for us. So that they were sitting around, talking, just enjoying how the life has been so far. Because without a proper bed, without a proper bolster, without a proper pillow, what would be your reaction? Not used to it, right? And you're sleeping on the floor. Unless the guys in the army will have that experience, sleeping on the floor, that is the same feeling. Imagine that feeling. So that day we were just sitting around talking, wow, it's so hard. The floor is so hard. The sleeping bag is not that soft, not that hard, but it's still not used to it. And so we are sitting around just enjoying the view, the river, the mountains. And the kids wondered, why are we sitting around talking in a language that they don't understand? Even though we have our Chinese friends, Malay friends, Indian friends with us, and we're talking in a common language that's English, but to the kids there, they will not understand. So one thing, they listened to us, and they heard us say one thing. Wow, today is a good day to jia zhuo. Good way, good, let's do it. Let's jia zhuo today. And they were like, what is that meaning? We told them, it's to eat snake. And I believe that dinner that night, there was an extra dish, the river snake that they caught from the river, on the table. And when we explained to them what is the meaning of eating snake in a dialect to them, they realized, oh, okay, this is a good way to learn. And the next time, every time they see us relaxing by the river, not doing anything work, they will come, oh, the students are jia zhuo again, good, good. Then we can, no need to tell them to do work. But we get scolded by our teacher because we were meant to do work for them. And that is also where I see the photography coming in. The work that is being done. We were taking photos also. We were taking captures, the image of students, capturing their faces. But one thing we learned from them, we thought their environment is poor. They are not happy. They are sad. They are just demoralized. But we realized one thing. They were very happy. Every day they woke up laughing, cheering. There's never a sense of sadness with them. Because they enjoy the scene, they enjoy the running, they enjoy the freedom, jumping straight into the river with their clothes on and not getting scolded by their parents. Do we have that in Singapore? Jumping straight into the river with our clothes on and not getting scolded by parents. Do we have that chance? So we see the world differently. We see the world, and through our lenses, through our eyes, through our experience, we share the common thing of happiness, sharing the common way of looking at life positively and not to judge people. There's a saying, judging a book by its cover, but sometimes the book inside is the one that we do not judge. The cover is colorful. The narrative may be different. So ladies and gentlemen, let's look the world through our eyes, our own eyes, and never be underwhelmed by all the things going on. Thank you.
From someone who used to fear the stage to someone now bravely stepping into the spotlight, he's ready, he's here, and he's taking the mic. Mostly because we told him it's too late to escape. Let's give him the airtime. His speech title, Empathy Affecting the World. Let us welcome Mr. Bernard Teo Wee Hong.
Good morning, world citizens. Let me bring you to some parts of my life, beginning with about 7 years old. When I was very, very young, I hear from the teacher, and with a globe at the side, my geography teacher told us about what does the world mean to you. And in my mind, I'm quite fond of those pirates scene and such, where the captain, like Captain Hook, will point out the periscope and look around. And what do you see? The sea, the ocean that connects the whole world. And for a such young kid like myself, I'm thinking, so is it a place? Is it one country? That is the beginning of what ponders me. Along the way, as I grow older, I felt that this thing doesn't have a real answer. So I went to read up, and with the understanding, I found out that the world itself is that big. And one country listed out is not enough. So what do I see upon my maturity? I realized that we often have this saying, the world is too wicked, the world is not good to stay in. All these things ponder me until there's one day I finally realized that the world itself is not geographically spotted. It's not a place that we visit. So, as a world citizen, not just holding on to the passport, it is actually a responsibility to make the world a better place. And how do we do it? I have read out and found out that empathy, it could be starting from just right here, the house, at home, where you can have your self-empathy. Don't be too harsh on yourself. And empathy can also go to your siblings and towards your parents. From there, I also realized that most of the concept that we have, which you may have gone through, it could be, it's a harsh world out there. Then when you're at home, you're in your shelter and safe. From my understanding, I'd like to share today and also urge audience to try it out, this concept. Outside our house is actually the place where it demands performance, like a speech must be good, at workplace you must be effective, or salesman you got to have good profits for the company, all those things. And when you come home, it's a serenity, peaceful place. But I should challenge that concept. If you can take your home as the training ground where you can nurture, you do the communication, you have the empathy practicing, get to know each other. From there, it is not a hiding place, it's actually a start. And I urge that every one of you can consider that concept and do it from home. So as a world citizen, if you can do it within your 4 walls, you are expanding it. And from there, I guess, it will be all the lucks, all the things that you wanted come in place, and your life will be better. And you can see the world will be better than what you perceived previously. With that, I thank everyone for your time and hope that your world will be better. Thank you.
Those who are hungry, we have lunch. All right? normal lunch and vegetarian lunch. You can eat it in the other room. Alright? You can hold it on and eat later, never mind. Alright? Take your time.
Up next is Mr. Anand. The next speaker is someone who's always looking to climb the next mountain. His speech title, The Passport. Let us welcome Mr. Anand.
There I was, standing in line, waiting to get my passport stamped in front of the custom officers. Every time when I do that, there's a knot in my stomach. I'm wondering whether I can get past through the custom officers. Now don't get me wrong, I don't have a criminal record, neither am I carrying anything illegal. Nor do I have $10,000 in my pocket to declare, though I wish I had that. But what I do have is a soggy passport. A couple of years ago, when I first got this new passport done, I had made a few trips, and in one fateful trip, a disaster struck. It was late at night, it was raining heavily, and the bus that I was traveling to Malaysia had broken down. In the middle of the night, I heard the bus driver shouting, "Turun, turun, semua orang turun, pergi bus sana. Everybody, get down and go to the next bus." So in that pouring rain, I ran across, and before I could reach the bus, I slipped and fell down. Luckily, I had kept everything inside my backpack. And though I had fallen down in the puddle of water, my whole pants was soaked. I thought, at least everything's been protected in the backpack. But when I realized that I had left my passport in my back pocket, it was completely soaked. Now, in international law, if your passport, you cannot read the particulars or information, or even the stamps smudged, the officer has a right to refuse entry. And that has always been that knot in my stomach, whether I will get passed through the officer. So when it was my turn to reach the officer, he called me in. I went there, I gave him the passport. He opened it up, and with a stern face he said, "Why?" In that moment of tension, I blurted out, "I fell off a boat." That guy's stern face slowly, you can see him break into a smile and then a grin. He stamped my passport and said, "Welcome, and please be careful." I said, "Okay, thank you," and I walked past. Now, many times we think that we are divided by borders, because of language, because of the different countries or the rules and regulations, but we don't realize that we are all connected by this simple, basic human kindness, empathy, and some level of understanding. Every time when I go to a different country, whether it's the stern-looking German officer in Munich, or the blurry, big African guy in Cape Town, or even the demure Japanese lady in the Japanese customs, that same reaction always happens. First is an emotion, the reaction, and then the breakout with a smile. That is the thing that is so common throughout all these different countries that I visit. And to me, that is the bridge to connect and being a global citizen. Nowadays, we have so many conflicts going on in different countries. instead of busy trying to solve ideas or issues together, they send drones across each other's countries, each other's borders. And if they just realize that instead of sending drones, to send roses over, the world might not have been such a complicated or conflicted place to live in. Now, in my journey, whenever I visit a country, I realize that short space that I have with the officer gives me some time to bridge the connection. And I realize that every human is a global human. And we all have that understanding, that same humanity within each other. So if you ask me again, if I were to go through another round, whether I would actually fall off a boat, if I'm going to be the one to bridge that gap with the officer and to bring a smile to someone, I would gladly do it without a blink. Thank you.
Our next speaker is an author, actuary, meditation trainer, and spiritual seeker. He combines analytical precision with mindfulness practices to guide others towards balance and clarity. His work reflects a unique blend of professional expertise and linear explorations, inspiring others to live with purpose and peace. His speech title is When I Realized I Am Pregnant. Let us welcome Mr. Subhash Chandra.
Thank you, Tisha. Good morning, everyone. Today is my mother's birthday. Happy birthday, Ma. But my topic is not about her birth. My topic is not even about my birth either. My topic is not even about my son's birth. It is about the day when I realized I am pregnant. Are you confused? If you're not, I will be worried. Seriously, please be confused. I'm a man. But when a woman learns that she is pregnant, something beautiful begins to happen with her. She starts changing. But that change is not a forceful change. It is very natural change. It happens to be like that. Whatever she was previously, she starts changing. If she had bad qualities, she's changing deliberately those bad qualities because now she's more conscious that a life is within herself and she has to nurture it. If she eats something, first thing what comes to her mind is, I'm eating for the child. If she is keeping herself healthy, it is most importantly that she is keeping herself healthy for the child. Very interestingly, all of her bad habits, say for example, she might have been smoking before. She quits. She might have been irritated on some points. She might have been now more patient. She might have been more angry on other people. Now she is more considerate. So all these changes are actually developing within herself because now she is nurturing, she is caring. She is no more alone. She is not I. She has moved from I to we. And all of her activities, no matter what it is, even if she is sacrificing whatever, it is not for herself, but for the new child which she is carrying within herself. Why does it happen? Because it is a natural phenomenon. And not just that, people around her starts respecting her. Not because considering she is weak, rather considering that she is sacrificing so much for the child who is yet to come. And that's the beauty of a woman. She realizes her own existence in the form of a real woman at that time point. My journey is very similar to that, but with a specific disclaimer. I was not pregnant biologically, of course. I cannot be, right? I cannot be. We all know that. But what was it about? There was a day when I realized that there is someone lying within me. Not here. Not even here. It's here. I realized a day that I am a soul. And there exists a supreme soul within me. And that realization was so interesting that the time I realized it, I was stunned. I was speechless. Whole of my body started shivering. What is happening to me? I was just speechless. Not just that, I felt that the whole time has stopped for me. The feeling was so different that I felt that I am no more what I am. The time I realized about that existence within me, the very first question came to me. Am I the one what I was? And the answer very simply came, yes, you are what you were, but with a clarification, with a purification, with cleanliness. And that's the time when I further realized that if I am carrying that sacred life, if I say, within myself, I cannot be me what I am. I must purify completely myself. Just like as a mother, when she is pregnant, she starts taking care. She learns about the safety. She learns more about the love. That's what happened to me. I started learning, being more and more conscious what is happening around me, taking care of people around me. And I'm more compassionate about people the time I realize that I'm carrying that sacred thing within myself. How can I be impure when I'm carrying something the purest of anything? I cannot be. If I am going to be impure, I'm simply insulting that purest of pure which I am carrying within. It cannot be. And that was the time when I realized that human life is not just about what we are as an individual. It is much more beyond that. Just like as a mother, when she is pregnant, she is not just she is me. In the same way, then I realized about it. I am not just I am a we. What does that mean? That means the one which is within myself, who has probably created all others, that we includes all others together. There is no difference. There is no harm. There is no hatred. Everywhere just love and love. And I admire Mr. Arun mentioned about we should smile all the time. We should love each other. This world is moving in a very different way. Just one button and boom. Right? We are seeing right now how the world is moving. Not just one time, but continuously one way or another something is happening and everyone is just sitting on a button. Am I right? Everyone is just sitting on a button. Click the button and boom. The day we all realize that there is something sacred inside within ourselves, we start changing. And that happened with me. My anger started reducing. My irritation started reducing. I felt myself being more and much more better human being. And I truly believe that everyone in this world must get the opportunity to become pregnant like me. Because if that happens, many things will change, not but just for that person, but everyone around us, and the whole world start changing in a very, very positive direction. Very, very positive direction. And that's what is about me being pregnant at what time. And believe me, my dear friends, I'd like to be pregnant as many times as I can be like this. Not just for one day, not just for 1 week, not just for 1 year. Throughout my life, I want to be like this, and I wish the same for all of you. Thank you very much for listening.
Our next speaker is a foodie, globe-trotter, and wanderlust, always going on all kinds of adventures with her partner in crime. Her speech title is On the Outside Looking In. Let us welcome Mrs. Celia Lin.
When I was born, I had dark skin, curly hair. And this is a product of two very Chinese parents. When my grandmother brought me out, everybody was asking her if her daughter-in-law is Indian. And then my very conservative mom put me into a Chinese primary school, which did not bode well for me because I'm not a very typical Asian kid who just sit down, listen, don't question, and comply. I asked a lot of questions. Everybody think I was nuts, NUTS. Why? Because unlike others where they'll go straight until, and not U-turn until there is a U-turn sign, I will U-turn all the time until there is no U-turn sign. Hence, a lot of teachers found me a problem. They say I question too much. I argue too much. I stopped, and I had to be more compliant. I had to be more obedient. I had to just take things as it is, which is something I did not do. I grew up with a character that is not quite Asian, but not quite Westernized. When I went to secondary school, I went to a mission school, and I thought finally I had it made. Finally, I have a place where I belong. But unfortunately, when I went to a mission school, it turned out I'm too Chinese for their liking. Why? Because they speak way better English than me. They're way more open-minded than me. They have way more freedom than me. And so, again, I was on the outside looking in, never fitting anywhere. The interesting thing was, when I went out into the corporate world, the very first thing, when I stepped into an office, a Filipino lady spoke Tagalog to me. And I told her, excuse me, I have no idea what you're saying. And she said, you're not Filipino? No, I'm not. The next interesting thing that happened, I was talking to a pantry auntie in Mandarin. A fellow colleague tapped on my shoulder. You Chinese? Yes, I am. So, everywhere I go, everywhere I do, everything I do, I'm always on the outside looking in because a lot of people thought I do not understand Mandarin. They start speaking Mandarin to each other, which is actually pretty good because I can pretend I don't speak, but I can understand every single word they say. But then when I was and yet at the same time when I was in a team full of foreigners, I do not quite fit in. Why? because they'll think I'm too Chinese for their liking. So all along, if you talk about world citizen, it is me. I'm an animal. Why? I'm Chinese but not Chinese. Western but not Western. Not Filipino, which a lot of people identify me with. Which not Malay, which a lot of people identify me with. I'm just on the outside looking in. Why? Because I just can't seem to fit in anywhere. You talk about Chinese people, they don't talk to me, they thought I don't understand Mandarin. You talk about foreigners, Filipinos, they try to speak to me in Tagalog, I can't understand. You talk about Malay, they try to speak to me in Malay, I can't understand. And if you talk about foreigners, other form of foreigners, Caucasians, whatever, they think I'm not Caucasian enough for that. Hence, I'm always on the outside looking in, pretending to be who I am not. Tried to be more Chinese, that didn't work. Nobody could give a damn. I tried to be a bit more westernized, that didn't work because that was not me. The only thing I can be totally myself is at home. Because why? Well, my parents are used to me. My outspokenness, my questions, my rebellion, and everything else. But I'll never have it any other way, because if you're on the outside looking in, you really learn a lot. You learn how people think, you learn how people feel, because everybody treats you like you're invisible. They think you don't understand a single word they say, actually you do. Hence, if people start speaking English around me, they think I don't understand, I do. If people start speaking Mandarin around me, they think I don't understand, I do. So, if you wish to be around me, speak Malay or Tagalog or Indian, I don't understand. And all along, that is the case. When you are a world citizen, you don't belong anywhere. You don't belong to Chinese, you don't belong to Malay, you don't belong to Philippines, and of course you're not Caucasian enough to be Caucasian because of the way you look. Everywhere, everybody, they think you don't belong. This actually works very well when I was traveling. When I was making a solo trip, I met an American. I said, I'm from Singapore. What language does Singapore speak? English? Oh, you speak English? Yes, I speak English. And then, when I went to Korea, met a Filipino actually. The first Filipino who said, I know you're not Filipino. Well done. So I asked her, how do you know? You don't look like one. Wow! Finally somebody said, I don't look Filipino. Now, the next thing she said was, but the next thing she told me was, another way I know you're not Filipino, you speak way better English than Filipino. Wow, thank you. And so, when you're a world citizen, like myself, where you think you're everywhere, actually you're not, and you're always on the outside looking in, the best is you talk to people in English, you smile, pretend you don't understand everything else, they'll start conversing around you, and you get to know a lot of people's secrets. But at the same time, don't make it seem as if you belong, because that's how you survive all this while. The one and only time somebody actually accept me for who I am was when I finally met my husband. One look he knows I'm Chinese, and one look he knows I'm from mission school, and one look he knows I'm rebellious. And that is the reason why when you're on the outside looking in, you finally meet somebody who accepts you for who you are, you're no longer on the outside looking in. You're actually inside looking out at the whole world. So in order to be a world citizen, you have to be on the outside looking in, at the same time, on the inside looking out. Because you can tell everybody, yes, you think I'm Filipino, I am. You think I'm Malay, I am. You think I'm Chinese, I am. And you think I'm not Caucasian? Yeah, I'm not. I can be whoever you want to be, because this is how everybody identifies you as. So my final word of advice is, to be a world citizen, not only do you need to align yourself globally, not only do you need to actually identify who yourself is, but you have to accept whichever identity other people give you. Hence, always be on the outside looking in. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to show you my book. I'm author of 8 books. So these are the 2 books which I think is very useful for you all if you want to purchase the last 2 books here already. I put it there. If you want to buy, you just pay me $40. You can pay now, whatever it is. This is the book, The Language of Public Speaking. If you don't know rhetoric, very difficult to impress and influence the audience. Rhetoric is the soul of language of public speaking. This book is all about delivery, speech making, and speech writing. Alright, if you want to buy, never mind, I just put the full book there, then you just have to pay now $40, that's all. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is currently based in Singapore for the past 15 years, building a solid career in governance, risk, and compliance. With extensive hands-on experience in ensuring organizational accountability and regulatory adherence, she has developed a strong reputation for integrity, structure, and operational excellence. Beyond her professional expertise, she is also an aspiring public speaker, passionate about developing her communication skills and expanding her influence. She's committed to continuous learning, gaining confidence on stage, and using her voice to inspire, educate, and create meaningful impact. Let's welcome Mrs. Virginie Ryan.
Thanks, Prisha. Hi, everyone. We are here to celebrate the World Speech Day. However, more than that, we are here to learn about what words can change. I will start with a very simple idea, and I'll take a reference from Aristotle. He said, nothing in this world, nothing in reality is fixed. Not nature, not life, and not us. Now, I'm not standing here as someone who has figured all out, but I'm standing here as someone who is becoming. And Aristotle explained life using a very small image, an image of an acorn. Right now, it is small, it's tiny, and very easy to overlook. But inside him, inside that acorn, there's a potential to become a mighty oak. Not because it wants it, not because it announces it, but becoming is inbuilt as part of his nature. And somewhere along the line and along the way, this is true for us as well. When I look back at my life journey, the role I was in, the expectations around me, and the limitations which I had accepted, I realized one thing. I wasn't doubting my potential, but I was measuring myself by my circumstances. And slowly, I started to shrink to fit in. I confused where I was to who I was. I thought my title defined my potential and my limitation is going to be permanent. And the most dangerous part, it felt rational, it felt right, and it felt responsible. And that is how we start living inside the story we were never meant to write. And Aristotle had a name for it: actuality and potentiality. Actuality is what something is right now, and potentiality is what it can become. So here's the key main idea. Reality is not frozen, it's not static. It's always moving and it's always becoming. And if we understand this, a lot of things around us changes. Failure starts to look different. It's just a verdict. It's just not a verdict. It's a phase. People start to look different as well. We stop locking them into labels, average, difficult, not a leadership material. And more than that, we stop doing this to our own selves. Because hand on heart, if we are honest, most of our limits are not real limits. They are conclusions which we have drawn earlier. Now let me ask you something. Think about a time when you started something new. Day 1, you felt awkward. Day 10, you were unsure. And day 100, something changed. Something shifted in you. Now, I don't think nothing magical happened here. You didn't become talented overnight. But you gave your potential time to become reality. Now think about what if on day 1 you would have said, this is not who I am. How many stories would have just ended right there? And that's why I feel Aristotle still matters. Because he gave us an idea that we are not defined by our present. We should not be trapped by our past. Each one of us here carries an unrealized capacity, an unrealized potential. And World Speech Day is not about perfect speeches. It's about using words to tell people it's still possible. So I feel if you don't remember anything else today, remember this. You're not just who you are today. You are what you can become and what you are capable of becoming. So don't imprison yourself just in the present. Don't confuse delays with failure. And don't underestimate the power of slow growth. Aristotle understood this centuries ago. The question is, will we live as if we understand it too? Thank you very much.
Our next speaker has been a dedicated Toastmaster for over half a decade, growing not only as a communicator, but also as a mentor to others finding their voice. His passion is to inspire people, especially those around his age, to speak up, to speak out, and speak with purpose. In his speech today, he hopes to ignite a sense of responsibility among all of us to take action, to do our part as citizens, and to stand up as voters who send a clear and powerful message. His speech title is Let's All Be Leaders. Last welcome, Kellogg Justin Dillon. Thank you.
How's everyone doing on this Sunday morning? What is happening with the world right now is a mess, a complete mess. I've spoken to a number of friends and family members, and the one thing they all say is, and agree with me, is this, that indeed the world needs a reset. But I rarely hear people talk about one big thing out there, and that is leadership. Now, of course, people say, oh, our minister should lead a lot more better. But what about how we can all be leaders and really lead our own paths and our own way as citizens? This is something I don't see talked about as much out there, and if it is, it's at its barest minimum now. I've spoken to friends and family recently, and I told them that instead of you following someone, following a leader, why not you try leading yourself? Now, of course, leadership can be tough. Leadership is not easy. And I, myself, from experience in Toastmasters, having taken on various leadership opportunity and roles, and in projects I've done throughout my past degrees and courses, especially being a recent MBA graduate back in Australia recently that I graduated from, it's not easy. But if you put a small percentage of yourself and give it a go, and the saying goes, you won't know till you try. So why not give it a try? Why not take that leap of faith and try a bit of leadership, whether it's at home, trying to lead example. If you have young kids around you, show them how you can be a better parent. Or maybe if you're out there in the workforce right now working for your own company, you might not be manager, but you might be able to lead other team members and show them the right way, whether they're new or current. Out there in the world today, I find that leadership by our leaders is not enough. That sometimes our leaders are not listening to citizens. And it's sad, especially right now, the US as a very good example. Now, of course, I will not name pick the leaders in the US that are not setting a good example for its country. But if you know, you know. And it's sad what's happening. I feel that more action needs to be taken, and so as a good example to refer to here, citizens in that country can actually take that right and lead. If they want to see change, lead that change by showing what they feel should be right. Only then that will show the current leadership that is in power that, right, they're in the wrong. Now, of course, some people might deny that, but from you leading what you feel from your heart, you will make that change up there in the upper house in power. And it's not just the US. Many other countries right now around the world, I could name other countries, but US is a good example as we all are following that global events now. What I want to get across right now, additionally as well, is a lot of people say leadership is very difficult to do, and a lot of negativity goes to others, and it all circulates online that, you know, let the current leaders deal with it. But then they don't realize themselves that, well, sometimes there can be challenges. But if you feel that they're doing the wrong thing, well, why not you go out there and try solving it yourself? Now, yes, there's all at a cost that things can go wrong when you're a leader. But you can also lead together with a team, everyone being their own leader and working together. When people are in power, they feel like, right, they're the only ones doing the leadership and no one else can dictate what they can do. The way I see leadership is that, yes, you lead, but everyone else also leads as well. In my current role right now that I work in the IT industry, I tell people around me that I'm not going to be your leader. I'm not going to be the leader leading for you. I want you to also lead yourself. Do what is right. You think about it. If you are doing the right thing and you know it's the right thing, then keep on doing it. I indeed might be the senior leader or senior management or CEO, but you should still lead your own way. In my Toastmasters Club right now, I shared this in some of my previous speeches that you should be able to lead in any position. All these roles, CEOs, manager, senior manager, all these are just labels. At the end of the day, they're just labels and nothing more than labels. Again, we are all leaders and we can all be leaders. So, what are you waiting for? From today, what are you going to do? Start changing yourself as a citizen around the world right now, in whatever country you're in. And if you're listening to this, and you know you're in a situation right now in your country feeling the way you are, do what is right. When it's that opportunity, take the next step and do what is right and go lead the way. Lead the right way, but don't go too extreme. Because if we go too extreme, you can see what bad things could happen, as we can sometimes all see right now in today's world. I want to add on additionally that, yes, amidst the war happening right now, it is a tough time. But stay strong, stay together, help one another out. Please be good to one another. Don't look down at others. Help them out. Help them come up and rise. Because why do you want to leave someone else behind? Everyone should be all on the same page. So if you're right now feeling that someone's not doing the right thing, encourage them to do the right thing so that they can also have that moment to also share with others to also do the right thing. I know it's tough. I know things are not easy, with oil being the global sphere right now around the world, in many cities and countries right now, feeling the pinch with the cost. But work together and don't panic. Don't hoard. I know many people are panicking around the world, trying to buy all these supplies. Don't be silly and don't do those kind of things. Think realistically and think in a way that you're going to lead by the right example. Again, every one of us are all leaders, and I just wanted to make this message today stand out to the world listening. Again, lead with the right mindset, and it will make you successful. Because together, we can all be leaders, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
How's everyone? You're not getting stagnant or whatever in your brain. Okay, you need some boost. We have coffee here. And I hope you're enjoying the World Speech Days back to back. As I mentioned during my, during I started the whole organization, coordinating thing is back to back. And on the exact day, regardless of whether you give me your exact time, I tell you on the exact day, the list will still run. So the MC must be able to play by ear. That is what you learn here as well, not just as a speaker, but also being an MC, you will learn how to adjust accordingly. So we're all giving you the opportunity to do that. Okay, so let me introduce the next speaker. Sorry, MC. She's the MC. Okay. She is a 360 marketeer and business growth leader who is a consultant in the area of strategic marketing, branding, and AI for marketing transformation. She also trains, speaks on personal branding and AI for marketing. Let us welcome our next MC for the next batch, Valerie Chan.
Wonderful afternoon to all, and I hope you've been enjoying yourselves so far and look forward to the next set of speakers. The next speaker is Ms. Indumati Sivanesan. She believes learning becomes truly transformative when it connects thought, emotions, and purpose. Guided by curiosity and clarity, she creates spaces for reflection, fairness, and possibility, bringing a calm presence and a sincere commitment to growth that feels personal, respectful, and meaningful. Her speech title today, The Truth Behind Change. Let us welcome Ms. Indumati.
Many years ago, I faced a situation where I need to take a firm decision. The situation was tensed, people were worried, voices were rising, but I stayed calm, composed, firm with what I wanted. Everything went smooth. After a few days, the person whom I trusted most came to me, looked at me for a while, and said one statement: "You changed." No anger, no surprises. I felt a strange discomfort from that statement. Fabulous morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Indumati Sivanesan, and I'm happy to be part of World Speech Day 2026. That one statement, "You changed." The same person who handled the very tense situation a few days ago, with her calmness, got collapsed. I couldn't sleep. I constantly interrogating myself what went wrong, how to keep that person with me. So I decided to go back the state where I used to be. I softened my opinion, I filtered my thoughts, I laughed at the right moment. I agreed even though I didn't agree. And I said yes, but my inner voice screaming with no. After all those things, I felt comfortable, safe, only on the outside. But inside, I felt a roller coaster emotion. One moment, yes, everything going smooth, be with it. And another moment, no, this is not what I wanted to become. After some time, look at the people, they were all happy. But I constantly getting my voice saying, how long you are going to keep this? That's why I wanted to check what went wrong, what made me change. But I realized change is not my choice. Sometimes change is the outcome of the learning and the experience. Let me go to one simple example. When we were young, even after a couple of warnings from our parents, we still go and touch the fire. We get burned. We feel the pain. We experience. That lesson teaches one thing, that don't ever go again near to the fire. And as an adult, we constantly seeing various stages of the similar fire. Disappointments, unexpected changes, failures, emotional disasters, relationship issues. Sometimes, some moment, it makes us feel very low and no confident. Still, we fight to bring us forward. Those mistakes, lessons, experience, slowly, gently, little by little, over the period of time, changing the way we used to think, telling how to look outside, and it makes us to see more visible and observe more deeper. As I mentioned, change is not a choice. It's the outcome of the lessons what we are learning. Now we are all here together from various parts of the world. The way I used to think may be different for her, and she used to see the world may look different for her, and her contribution is entirely different from him. But we all are here together in a connected environment. The world we're growing with a lot of technological evolution. It's not just looking up smarter or intelligent people. The world is looking forward to have a wise, brave, open version of us, not a smaller and mini version of us. We cannot stay here and say, no, I don't want to change, I don't want to learn, I just wanted to stay where I am. We can still say, but we cannot move forward to the world. It's growing in an enormous speed. So please remember, change is not arrogance, change is not betrayal, change is the outcome of the lesson. Now I am in a middle level leadership. I have to face or report to the seniors who started his career with no technological advancement at that time. There is no phone when he started his career. But I need to lead the juniors, like Gen Zs. They don't know how to work without technology. I still need to change myself to talk to them, interact with them, learn what they are doing, including like social media, reels, etc. At the same time, the outcome has to be presented with a person who doesn't even know what is reels. So we have to adjust and adapt to the world, and we need to grow, we need to learn, and we need to evolve so that we can contribute more to the world. Many years ago, when I heard you changed, I was shocked. But right now, if anyone says, you changed, I just smile. I just reply that, yes, I have. I learned, I reflect, I grew. I'm not going to apologize for that. Because the real question now is not, you have changed. The real question is, have you grown enough for the world you want to live in? Thank you. Thank you so much, Marty, for the speech. Next, we have Mr. Raphael Joshua. He is a Temasek Polytechnic graduate with a diploma in business study who has courageously overcome 3 brain surgeries and continues to move forward with resilience. His speech title is Walk On. So let us welcome Mr. Raphael Joshua.
My fellow world citizens, there are over 8 billion of us scattered around this planet. We come from different backgrounds, speak different languages, adopt different cultures, and practice different creeds. But one thing that unites us all is the ups and downs, the peaks and valleys of this lifetime, and the many challenges therein. I stand before you here today as a proud survivor of 3 brain surgeries, all that were completed by the time I turned 9 years old. Basically, I was born with a condition that enlarged the ventricles of my brain to the size of golf balls that needed surgery after surgery after surgery to rectify the issue. I am thankful that I'm able to stand before you here today as a proud survivor and someone that can advocate for people that have gone through similar challenges. Today, I want to take a more personal note. If today there is someone within the audience or someone watching online that is going through your own struggles, be it a relationship issue, a financial issue, or even an illness that you don't want to speak about, today I'm going to tell you that there is hope at the end of your struggles, and that there is an ability in us all as world citizens to walk on and walk out of whatever we're going through, with 3 simple steps that I devised going through my own period of darkness. You see, the condition that I have affects 1 in 1,000 babies and has a 48% mortality rate if it goes untreated. And although I stand before you here looking normal, that condition called hydrocephalus has left its mark with a weakened left side and weak eyesight. For many years I asked myself, why me? Why was I made to be born with this condition, making me different from the rest of my peers? Well, I never really got an answer to that question because the medical report that came along with my condition basically stated that the hydrocephalus that I was born with was naturally caused. It just happened. That threw me into my own period of darkness, which got me angry with life, frustrated with my circumstances, which turned into despair, which turned into me despising the very man I had become. If that all sounds a little bit too familiar to you, this message is for you. Because my friends, I walked out of the darkness and you can too. The first thing that you need to do is to walk past your own trophy cabinet. What is your trophy cabinet? Your trophy cabinet is a plethora of your past achievements that you and I have accomplished in our lives that we can look back on and be proud of and say, I did that, regardless of the circumstances thrown my way. If I walk past my own personal trophy cabinet, I will see trophies such as doing 1,000 assisted pull-ups or walking 17 kilometers in the Singapore heat. I did those things, regardless of the fact that I have weakness in the left side. So walk past your trophy cabinet. Admire those trophies that you have accumulated over a lifetime. And you'll realize just how far you have come and how much further you can go. And sometimes those trophies are the only pieces of motivation and encouragement that you have to cling on to take that next step. The next thing that you want to do is to focus on the big goals. We all have dreams, we all have ambitions that we want to accomplish in this lifetime. But sometimes, in our deepest, darkest hours of despair, those goals will seem very far away. When I had my revelation of the fact that my condition was naturally caused and was plunged into an emotional darkness, my goal of becoming a father and having a wife and family seemed very far away. Because in my mind, what woman would want to spend the rest of her life till death do us part in sickness and in health with a guy that would probably not only drop the dishes, my friends, but probably drop the baby too? Those thoughts raced in my head. But I know that there is someone out there for me in this world that I can call my partner for life and my wife someday. So focus on those big goals. Focus on what's next for you and take that next brave step. Now we can talk about goals and dreams all we want, but at the end of the day, if it's not accompanied by hard, relentless work, those goals will not be realized. I always hold the belief that you don't have to be the most talented person in the room or the most gifted person in the room to get success in this lifetime. You just have to want it more and want it as bad or even more than the person sitting next to you. Work hard, work relentlessly, find ways over, under, and through obstacles, and you'll see success and progress come your way. My friends of the world, I leave you with this last message. We only have one life to live. And while we may not be able to add more days to our life, we can add more life to our days. So today we are faced with a choice. We can either wallow in self-pity that I did for some time with the realization that I had about my medical condition, or we can get up, dust ourselves off, and walk on. What is your choice? Back to you.
Thank you, Raphael, for that speech. What is your choice? Our next speaker is Charlene Hua. She is an ordinary citizen of the world who after a simple act of kindness, felt nothing short of extraordinary. The title of speech is One Simple Act. Charlene, let's welcome her to the stage.
Before I begin my speech, may I just check, if I were to sit here, is it being captured by the camera accordingly? Too short. Okay, it doesn't really work. Okay, noted. On this World Speech Day, I do not have any groundbreaking theory to discuss, nor do I have any deep idea to share. Instead, if I may, I would like to share on the very first time I panicked while public speaking. Now back then, in 2018, I was a student in Polytechnic. And let's just say I met many kinds of lecturers. There were the kind ones, there were the funny ones, there were the knowledgeable ones. And then there was my creative writing lecturer. If anyone were to have walked by our class that day while we were doing our final year pitch presentation project, they won't see it as just a class or an assignment. They would probably see it as Judgment Day. Now, when my creative writing lecturer walked in, she wasted no time in delivering the first flow. Students, ideas, now. One by one, my classmates presented their ideas, each one being better than the previous. As for me, my eyes stayed glued to my computer screen, my hands trembling ever so slightly, hoping no one could sense how nervous I really felt. I gave myself a pep talk. It's just pre-presentation jitters. You're always like this before a presentation. You'll get over it before you know it. Then, it was my turn. Charlene, ideas. Now. Usually, I would have been able to fight through the initial nervousness and deliver a groundbreaking presentation. That day felt different. My head felt so light, I thought I would faint there and then. My heart beat so loudly till I couldn't even hear myself think. Finally, I managed to spit out one feeble line. I need to use the toilet. Without waiting for a proper reply from my lecturer, I dashed into the toilet and slammed the cubicle door shut behind me. Tears streamed down my cheeks. Beyond the fact that I might not even be able to pass my final year pitch project, I started thinking to myself, am I a fraud when it comes to public speaking? Today was such a classic example of how I disappointed myself and others. Just then, a water bottle rolled into my cubicle. My sadness momentarily turned into confusion. I started to wonder who was outside that cubicle. Why would someone give me a bottle of water? Then I I'm really sorry. I know I'm taking ages in the toilet. Please just give me a while more. I promise I'll be out soon. No, don't worry about it. I heard you crying. I thought you might like this bottle of water. Would you like to talk about it? Gingerly, I opened the door and stood face to face with this mystery girl. It's just this pitch I'm having. I'm usually not this nervous, really, but I don't know what came over me today. Hey, it's okay. It's normal to feel nervous. I do too. But think about it. What's worse? You never presenting your ideas at all? Or you presenting your ideas and just maybe it might inspire someone? Yeah, you're right. I'll go back there and give it a go. That day, I barely passed my assignment. However, I believe I had gained something far more valuable than grades. The warmth and kindness from a complete stranger. Did she change the world that day? No, not at all. The world would have continued spinning, regardless if she had reached out or if she had gone about her day. However, she changed my world that day through one simple act and many powerful words. To everyone here today, I would like to ask you, when you speak as a world citizen, be it to your friends, to your family, to your colleagues, and especially a complete stranger, how do you go about doing so? I leave you with that thought. Thank you.
Thank you, Charlie, for that interesting speech. Next up, we have Miss Prisha Anchan. She's just 14 years old and currently studying in secondary school at Temasek Secondary. If there's one thing you should know about her, she loves expressing herself, whether it's through public speaking, debating, or drama. So she was also earlier the MC for the day. Her speech today is The End of the Stranger. Let us welcome Miss Prisha Anchan.
Imagine walking into a room where everyone around you does not understand your language. Everyone's laughing, but you don't understand why. Conversations move quickly until suddenly someone says a joke and the whole room bursts into laughter. Everyone except you. You smile politely, but inside you feel it. You feel like a stranger. A simple moment like this can remind us just how important cultural understanding really is. Because when we cannot even understand the people around us, the smallest interactions begin to feel distant and alone. So, today, I want to ask everyone seated here a question. What truly makes someone a stranger? Is it their culture? Is it their tradition? Is it their language? Or is it simply the fact that we haven't taken the time to understand them yet? Just think about the last time you met someone from a different culture. At first, they may have felt unfamiliar, but the more you spoke, the more something began to change. Slowly, you began to understand them, until suddenly, they didn't feel as different anymore. This is beautifully captured in a quote by Maya Angelou. If we try to understand each other, we may even become friends. And that idea reveals something so important about the world we live in today. And that is that, in a world as connected as ours, the greatest issue isn't meeting people who are different, it's understanding them. Today, we travel across continents, we study abroad, We connect with people from different cultures every day. In fact, our world is more connected than it has ever been before. And yet, cultural misunderstandings still exist. Why? Understanding requires curiosity. Connection does not automatically create understanding. Understanding begins with something as simple as asking a question. When we encounter someone from a different culture, it's so easy to notice what feels unfamiliar. Maybe their food tastes different. Maybe their customs seem unusual. Maybe their festivals are not what we grew up with. But behind every culture is a story. Behind every dish is history. Behind every festival is meaning, and behind every custom is a community that has shaped it through generations. The moment we begin asking why, instead of simply noticing what, something changes. Culture stops being strange. It becomes fascinating. And slowly, but surely, the person we once saw as a stranger will become our friend. Because cultural understanding allows us to see something deeper, our shared humanity. Across the world, people may live differently, but they all hope for very similar things. A parent worries about their child's future just like another parent in a different country. A child's laughter sounds the same in every playground. People everywhere want safety, opportunity, and belonging. And when we recognize these shared human experiences, we realize something powerful. Understanding changes everything, and this understanding changes the way we live and act in this world. Finally, being a world citizen means choosing openness over fear. It means recognizing that our identity does not end at the border of our country. Instead, it grows through the cultures we meet with and the people we learn from. Being a world citizen means asking, what can I learn from you, instead of how are we different? Which brings me back to the moment I mentioned at the beginning. What if, in that same room, someone turns to you, they smile, they pull out the translating app on their phone, and they explain the joke to you. They invite you into the conversation. Suddenly, the room will feel different. Nothing about the culture has changed, nothing about the language has changed, but something else has changed: understanding. And that is the true end of the stranger. Not when cultures become the same, not when our differences disappear, but when we choose to listen and understand. Because every question we ask expands our knowledge of the world, and every conversation we have makes the world feel a little more smaller and a little more human. As Maya Angelou reminds us, if we try to understand each other, we may even become friends. And perhaps the end of the stranger does not begin with something big. Perhaps it begins with something small. A question, a conversation, a willingness to understand. And in that moment, the stranger is no longer a stranger. Thank you.
Thank you, Prisha. Next up, we have speaker Cindy Chell. She is on a mission to improve her public speaking skills and confidence. And today, she's putting that mission to test. In celebration of World Speech Day, she steps up on stage to share her message. Her voice and her belief that every story has the power to spark change. Her speech title is World Peace Begins With Us. Let's welcome Ms. Cindy Chell.
Good afternoon, everyone. World peace begins with me and you. Is it possible? One may ask. It is possible if we contribute our part as world citizens. But how do we go about doing that? I would like to start off by saying what world peace means to me. When I was younger, my cousin and I enjoyed watching Miss Universe. Why? Because we love the Q&A segment. And when the host would ask this question, if you could change one thing in the world, what would it be? My cousin and I would then shout at the TV and say, she's gonna say, world peace! And when we got it correct, we would nudge each other and say, maybe we should consider being the judging panel in the next Miss Universe. Back then, world peace sounded so cliche, so rehearsed. But today, as we read through the news, world peace isn't funny anymore because the news is full of global conflicts and the most recent war in Iran. This war, which happened for the past 3 weeks, has been affecting us directly or indirectly. Like my husband, he has been complaining to me every day for the past 3 weeks. Like, Aya, the petrol price has been increasing for every single day. It's so expensive. But why isn't my salary increasing? For me, I'm in the petrochemical industry. So there's a high level of uncertainty. So if the war continues on, this level of uncertainty is gonna increase. So, world peace isn't just a standard pageant answer anymore. It is something and that the world urgently needs. So, how do we contribute our part as world citizens? There is one aspect that I would like to share. We can contribute our part as world citizens in the digital world. Okay, who here scrolls to TikTok like I do? No? Okay, after watching a video, I love to read through the comments. The funny ones always get the most like. But you scroll a little bit further, and you will notice there's a lot of professional critics. We have the self-proclaimed psychologist who seems to be able to read the mind of the creator. And we have the mean judges who seems to judge the creator post. Apparently, hiding behind a screen increases their courage, but yet decreases their empathy. But hiding behind a screen does not remove us from our responsibility. What still matters, what still hurts. But one may ask, it's just a comment. What harm does it do? I'm just hiding behind a screen. What's the impact? But we have all read the news that cyberbullying can have serious consequences. So we have a choice. The next time we post that comment, remember, we can either choose to divide or to unite, to criticize or to care. So the next time someone say, world peace, don't laugh. Instead, choose it. Because world peace isn't just a slogan, it is a decision, it is a choice. So let's play our part as world citizens to be responsible online. Thank you.
Thank you, Cindy. World peace begins with us. Next up, we have Mr. Ridwan Suparman, our next speaker. He is a leadership developer who believes that everyone is a leader and that leaders can be made. Through his work with Skills, a charity NGO focused on education and access for communities with limited opportunities, he put this belief into action. Today, he invites us to see leadership not as a title, but as a responsibility to learn, to grow, and to uplift others. The speech title is The Leaders of the Future Needs. So let's welcome Ridwan to the stage.
When I was growing up, I never really questioned whether learning is an option. Every school I go to has computers, and every classroom allows me to learn, read, and ask questions. But it's not a privilege for everyone. This is something that I realized a few years ago when I returned back to my hometown in Malaysia, in a small village in Pontian, where my family still lives. One afternoon, I chanced upon my 8-year-old cousin, Aiman. He was sitting on the floor, studying off his torn textbook. He looked up at me and asked, Abang, one day, I want to be an engineer. That really struck me. Aiman doesn't even have a working computer at home, and yet perhaps someone else in other parts of the world could be learning using AI. I started asking myself, how do we then prepare world citizens like Aiman for a future with an opportunity that is so uneven? Agree? Many of us believe that there is a formula to success. You work hard, find a job, build a family. But there's nothing wrong with that. But when we see the world from an eye of a little kid, your purpose begins to expand. And according to UNESCO, in the year 2023, more than 272 children are out of school. Not because they lack intelligence, not because they lack of dreams, but because they lack access to education. And in the poorest country, only 1 out of 3 attended school. While in the wealthier country, it is as low as 1 out of 30. So now the real question becomes, how can my success help others succeed? And then came AI. AI can teach, AI can translate, and AI can open doors of opportunity. But then it widened the gap for those who have no access to education. And then again, according to the World Bank, in year 2022, only 1 out of 5 has access to reliable internet, while millions others around the world has no access to even computers. Well, this is not a technology problem. This is a fairness problem. It's a humanity problem. So what kind of leaders do we need to solve these problems? Well, I found the answer in a classroom when I attended an upskilling program. The class was filled with men and women aged above 30s, and I sat next to Auntie Mary, about in her early 60s. That day she was there to learn how to use a computer. She doesn't have formal academic education, and she was just working as a janitor. She was holding gently to the mouse, worried about pressing the wrong thing. A few minutes later, she leaned toward me and asked me, "Young man, do you think someone my age can learn this?" I smiled and looked at her and said, "Auntie, you sure can one." She tried again. And a moment later, once she completes her task, she looked back at me and said, "Young man, I think I still got hope lah." At that moment, I see a connection. If a new skills can reopen doors for someone like Auntie Mary, upskilling is actually a bridge. A bridge for someone like Aiman. Aiman may not have a foundation to education, but with upskilling, it's a bridge that allows Aiman to connect to the world, and it creates a pathway of possibilities for Aiman. So a group of us gathered together to form up a non-profit organization called Skills Singapore. In Skills Singapore, we believe that access to knowledge and upskilling should be equal to everyone. And today our work has expanded across communities in Singapore, Malaysia and Indonesia, where opportunities is uneven but potential is everywhere. We turn knowledge into practical skills and skills into real results. We help people to learn and move forward with dignity. So every time I think about the future, I think about Aiman and million others like him who are still trying to move forward with dignity. They are not asking for sympathy, or they're not asking for any chances. And I still remember that day when Aiman asked me, Abang, you really think I can be an engineer?" I stood there silent. Only later to reply him, "Aiman, yes, we will build a world where hard work is rewarded no matter where you start, and your skills will bring you far forward from here." I wasn't just answering a child. I was answering to all of you in this room. Well, ladies and gentlemen, you don't have to be rich, you don't have to be powerful, and you don't have to be famous. To be a world citizen, you just need to do one thing. This is to care beyond your own borders. Because when you care, you lead. And when you take action, you create results. And when you open doors for others, it closes in the gap for those who gets to dream and for those who get to live the dreams. Thank you.
Thank you, Vivian, showing us building skills, building ourselves as leaders of the future. Next up, we have Miss Upika. She is a HR and admin professional participating in public speaking to build confidence and become a better leader. Today, her speech is about the power of mentors, a lesson for a better world. So let's welcome Upika to the stage.
Good day everyone. Happy World Speech Day. Have you ever wondered how much one single person can influence our life? This story is about the power of mentors and a lesson for a better world. Today I want to share a very small story of my childhood that encouraged and then influenced me and taught me a very important lesson about importance of issues that we all share as a global citizen. Sometimes one single person, one mentor, one teacher, or even one single act of encouragement is influence our life so much. Our teachers and our parents are the main source of our guidance and learning in childhood and later in our life also. So today I want to share this. Let me express this learning through my story. And this story is from my secondary level of childhood days in India. There our school was preparing a state level competition of parliament. So there our goal is to you have to create an environment like a parliament and how the speakers speak on the important issues as a leaders. So my teacher gave me one page of speech and he said, you just speak like a leader, how the speaker speak in the real parliament, you just speak like that, confidently. So I was just reading that speech like a book reading, like a paragraph. So I have no idea that time how the leaders speak very strongly and very confidently. Then my teacher always often come to me and told, give some more energy, speak strongly. So as a child, I feel sad and confused also. How to speak strongly? I don't know. Then I kept listening and then I kept trying. And on the final day of the competition, I was still remember I was standing on the stage, little nervous also and scared also, as my teacher also scared, strict and then frustrated also. And yes, I was little angry too that time inside because I have to give my best on that day. So this all kind of mixed feelings actually helped me a lot that time. I speak very strongly on the stage. When I came down on the stage, then people came to me and said, today you spoke very well. Even my friends, teachers or students who are participated from other schools also appreciated me. And then the teacher who gave me the speech, he came to me and he said, today exactly you said the way I wanted. You spoke very well. That moment I realized, very important lesson. Sometimes people who push us the most and they knows our potential. They knows how to push and we don't know that time. So that moment I realized these things. So our teachers and our mentors and these kinds of things from childhood we keep forever in our life. Still in other age of stage of life also we are learning, and some memories we never forget, the lessons how we learn. And then I realized these things. So because of that story, I want to just say a message to all of you, and I would like to tell you a very simple thought in all of you. If we choose support and if we choose to other encourage or give some confidence to others, we can make a person a very confident and we can discover their strengths and to potential of them. So like we talk in the like we are the student, we are talking in the parliament, the same kind of things today our world also need people to speak very confidently and courage and responsibility on important issues like peace, education, environment and humanity. We all have a voice like a global citizen. If we choose our voice with responsibility, compassion and confidence, we can give a meaningful impact to the society and to give more peaceful and a better world. So today I share this story from my childhood. I hope I expressed and message well to think all of us as a global citizen, we have to think, and then we have to discover ourselves also and discover the near our people to potential them for a better and peaceful world. So on the World Speech Day, I'm also taking my first step to speak for confidently and for peace and humanity for a better peaceful world. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Upika, for that wonderful, interesting speech. Next up, we have Miss Kong Siu Hui. She is a speaker that understands that the path to a grand transformation isn't always a giant leap. It's often a series of intentional small movements. The speech title is Tiny Step, Big Breakthroughs. Let's welcome Kong Siu Hui to the stage.
Okay, do you guys know what is international language? Some people may think that maybe it's English, or some people maybe thought it's like music that connect everybody. But the true international language is when you walk into the Singapore office, or the cafe in London, or even the MRT station in Tokyo. You know the international language actually is complaining. Do you guys know any of your friends, or maybe it's you yourself, that complain about everything and anything? Job, complain. Company, complain. Traffic jam, complain. Then hot weather, also complain. Even raining, also complain. Yeah. So actually, like about 6 months later, when you still speak with them, they will probably still complain about the same thing. So actually, a few years back, I'm not only surrounded by all these kind of people, I'm actually one of them. Back then, I'm an auditor. I'm so busy with every work, and I got a lot of work, and I complain about everything. My manager give me the saikang stuff, and too much work that I go to office when everybody is still sleeping, and I end my work when everybody is already asleep. But I complaining without contributing or make any changes. And I just work very hard so that I can strive for my promotion and eventually give my parents proud of me. So until the day the promotion is here, and I received the promotion email, and I scroll the first time to search for my name. I try to scroll, first round, okay, second round, and third round. It's really my name never show in the promotion list. Actually, I never get promotion in that city. So I feel so sad and so frustrated that my hard work actually never pay me off. So that night, I go back and think, this is the life that I want to spend for the rest of my life? And the answer is clearly no. And that night, I just texted my mentor. And I meet up with her during the weekend. And that weekend, I chat with her, and I said, I feel so miserable now, and I feel so stuck at this current moment. But I don't really know what is my next steps that I can do to break out this current pattern. She just gave me a warm smile, and she just looked at me, and she just said something like, you don't need to have a big changes, or you don't need to have a new life. All you need is just one tiny step. So that night, I go back and contemplate again. What is the one tiny steps that I'm able to take? Which is just one simple act to update my resume and send out the resume to apply for a new job. So after that few rounds of interview, I got the new job, which is I joined the fund administrator. So is it the perfect job for me? No, it's not the perfect job for me. Is it a perfect work-life balance? No, it's not. But eventually, the weekends is mine. I finally got the time to rest and recharge back myself and think what is the next step I can do. So after few rounds of changing job, I finally get a job that aligns with what I want. Now I can get a work-life balance, and this job not only give me my work-life balance, it also provide me with like I can go for a monthly short holidays almost every month, and I can end my work at 5:30 every day sharp and still able to see the sunset. Yeah, so is it all this from my big changes or any dramatic changes that I do to have this kind of life changes? For me, it's no. It's just tiny step. I starting from just sending up my resume and updating my resume. So today, many of us actually still feel unhappy with our life, but we are just keep complaining without doing any concrete steps. Yeah, without doing any concrete steps. We thought that we maybe need a big changes or big leap to our life, but actually all we need is just one tiny small action steps. So today we let us make this practical. Maybe you guys can take out your phone, and right now, what are the things that you guys is feel stuck or miserable or keep complaining or all this while? And maybe the next thing you guys can write down, what is the one tiny steps you guys can able to take in the next 24 hours? If today you guys never do anything, it's just a 7-minute speech in your life. Yeah, but if you guys do something, three months later from now, some of you will still keep complaining about the same thing if never do anything. But some of you probably will have some changes in your life. It's not because you guys are more lucky or more smarter. It's just that you guys take the one tiny steps when you guys feel miserable. So today, we as the world citizen, what is the one small things that you're able to think of and to take action on? And to take action on so that it's not only bring changes to your life, but it's also contribute to the society. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Okay, we're back. Next, we have Alexander Chang. He is a lifelong learner and passionate about authentic expression. His speech today is a Chinese idea the world already knew. Let's welcome Alexander Chang.
It was December in Guangzhou. I was sleeping on a boarding bed next to my mom. She was moved to a hospice room in that day, just that day. And I stayed with her for the overnight because it's the first night she was in the spicy room. So even though it was December in Guangzhou, the temperature was quite high. There are a lot of mosquitoes. And they found me. I was bitten alive. And I was wake up at 2 a.m. in the evening, scratching, angry. And then I saw my mom. She was sleeping over on the bed. All of a sudden, a thought came to my mind. I was thinking, if the mosquito is full of my blood, it won't bite her. So after 3 days, she passed away. I went to the funeral center for her following arrangement. In the funeral center entrance, there was a notice board which showing some ancient Chinese story about caring for parents. There was one story named "Let the Mosquitoes Feed on Me." In 1,000 years ago, in China, a man who refused to use a mosquito net so his parents can sleep in peace. All of a sudden, I realized that I rediscovered the same idea as the Asian story, not by the book, but by myself in the middle of that line. This idea has a Chinese name, xiao. In English, is filial piety. It comes from Confucius, a Chinese philosopher and teacher. It means you want your parents to be well, both physically and emotionally. When you are small and helpless, they help you grow up. They take care of you. And when your parents they are old and becoming helpless, it's your turn to take care of them. It's very fair and straightforward, right? However, I was unfamiliar with these ideas. I didn't fully understand what does it mean back then, because I was studying in the overseas for 10 years in the Western countries. To me, xiao is something like Chinese tradition, which is far away from me. However, here's what I want to say today. Xiao is not a Chinese idea. It's a shared human value around the world. In 3,000 years ago, in a different civilization, people wrote down their most important moral rules. You probably know the name, the 10 Commandments in the Bible. Just there, in the 5th commandment, honor your father and your mother, not to be polite to them, but honor them. In 3,000 years ago, long before Confucius was born, in a completely different cultures, people wrote down the same thing exactly as xiao. And along with the time, in 2,000 years ago, there was a man who was dying on the cross. In his final moments, he looked down and saw his mom was standing there. He turned to his closer friend and said, "Take care of her. She's your mother now." When the man was dying, his first thought was his mom. That is xiao in its purest form. Now, Confucius adds one more thing that the Bible doesn't say as clearly. He says, when you take care of your parents, you need to protect their dignity. Once they were strong, they taught you everything. They correct your wrong behaviors. Now, they are becoming weak, but they still remember who they are. If you correct them too often, if you lecture them like a teacher, you are not treating them as parents. You are treating them as children. That will hurt their dignity. So Confucius suggests when you saw something wrong, when you saw your parents doing something wrong, just say it once and gently. If they don't listen, stop and let it go. Because their peace of mind is far more important than being right. So, in 1,000 years ago, in China, in Middle East, in the act of man who was dying on a cross, they all talking about the same idea, xiao. I think I was studying overseas for many years. To me, xiao it seems like a unfamiliar idea to me, but I didn't fully understand it. When I'm wrong, I just find it when I had to lose my mom. Take care. Nowadays, we are living in a world that talk a lot about shared human values. But the most basic shared human values is already in thousands of years ago, in China, in Middle East, in the dying man. Take care of the people who take care of you. you don't need to be a Chinese to understand the idea. You just need to be the one being loved first. Thank you.
Wow, that was an inspiring speech by Alexander. Next up, we have Mr. Ravinder Singh. He is the speaker that is a true travel enthusiast. I'm sure a lot of us like traveling. He doesn't just book flights and hotels, he owns a travel agency that promises experiences you remember long after your journey ends. When you engage his services, you're not just getting a travel agent or a tour guide, you'll be getting a full adventure curator. And if that's not enough, in his spare time, he's also a yoga instructor. He offers his classes completely free because he genuinely wants everyone to discover the joy of living a healthy and more mindful life. His speech title is Wasudawa Kutumbakam. That's
I first traveled out of India to Singapore in 1994. You know why I traveled to Singapore? To marry a Singaporean lady and Chinese. Okay. I didn't come for a job. I didn't come for a study here. I met my wife in India, in my hometown. She stayed 7 months in India during that time. Okay, whatever. That's not the topic here. So I just came here to marry her. After we married, my aim is not to settle in Singapore. I told my wife, I'm not going to settle in Singapore. That was not my aim. So after we married, my wife stayed most of the time in India and sometimes in Singapore for first 6 years of our marriage. So she lived in India like a housewife. When she was pregnant with the first baby, she told me that she wanted to deliver in Singapore. I said, okay. So she came to Singapore and she delivered a baby in Singapore, her daughter, first daughter. Then she came back to India again. And then, after that, after she was in India for a few months, she thought, no, I want to educate my daughter in Singapore. So she decided that, we should move to Singapore. So I have to follow. So I also start to move to Singapore. First few years I was coming few months in Singapore and mostly in India. I mean half almost, or maybe 3-4 months here, 8 months in India. But the main idea is that I never feel strange in Singapore. Even on the first day when I arrived, I feel at home. You know, my name is Irvinder. I come from Himachal Pradesh. Himachal Pradesh is up in the Himalayas and it's a very remote area in a way. At those days, now it's very modern. I mean, now it's very popular, but when I'm grown up, it was like a village with just 5,000, 6,000 people. Why we Indians are very easy to settle everywhere? Because in our text there is teaching from young. Vasudeva Kutumbakam means Vasuda is the world, Eva is the peace, and Kutumbakam is the house, or the world is the house. Okay, that is why Vasudeva Kutumbakam. That's the topic of my this. And one earth, one family, one future is the another meaning of Vasudeva Kutumbakam. And this was the theme of G20 when India was the president of G20 in 2023. So Vasudeva Kutumbakam is not only my topic, or it's not come out of my mind, it's from our culture. You can just think about it. You can find Indian who is a Malaysian, Indian who is a Singaporean, Indian who is the American. They are Indian, but they are American Indians, or Singaporean Indians, Malaysian Indians, and they share their culture and they adopt the other culture. This become in our DNA. So my idea is that the world should understand that you should not look down on other people. You should adopt other cultures. You should learn from where you are. You should not look down on others because of the reasons that I'm a Chinese, so Chinese is a superior race, or I'm an Indian, my race is superior. I don't think there's any such thing. Or I'm this religion, so my religion is superior. No. Every human being inside is very good and they want to do good for the world. But the problem comes, they are being depressed by people looking down on them because of the upbringing. Doesn't have that Vasudeva Kutumbakam. Because this is deep inside the Sanatana Dharma teaching that world is the village. That is why when I decided to come back to Singapore, I learned everything about Singapore. I know more Singapore than my wife today. I'm not joking. My wife will not know where is a certain place, then she will ask me. She doesn't know left and right. That's the woman's problem. Very easy. Have to go left or right. Okay? Then I said, no, I have to go right. She said, no, is it left? I said, no, it's right. So, because for me, Singapore is village for me. It's my village today. Last time Manali was my village. If I go to Europe, I feel Europe is my village. If I go to any place in the world, I go to Nepal, I feel Nepal is my village. Bhutan, I feel Bhutan is my village. Any country I go, I always feel it's my village. This is in our DNA. We don't feel or look down on other people. We teach but we know. We learn but you know. If we have this thought that you teach what you know, you learn what other people can teach you. We don't need to have a secret recipe. We can only create world as a village when we don't have a secret recipe. If we have a secret recipe, that means we are not the real we. We have to have a motive to hide something. We have to protect something. We have to say no, we have to give a protection to A, B, C, X, Y, Z. Because of social reason, there can be 1,000 reasons. But until and unless you don't understand this very simple theory that if a Singapore child go to study in Australia, he need to work there. Singapore parents cannot support a Singapore child to study in Australia if he is not being allowed to work there for 20 to 24 hours a week. He can't support it. Their parents cannot support them. But the same thing doesn't happen in Singapore. Students are not allowed here to work if they are studying in a private institute. It's not a criticism. It's just the idea that when we ourselves cannot, our Singaporean rich people or normal people or whatever cannot support their child in overseas to study, and we expect other students to come here and study here and learn from Singapore. And Singapore is full of good instructors, good infrastructure, but the system is different. Because
The reason is very simple. We all need to understand one thing, that we need to be one system fair. What we are getting outside for our people, that should be getting this country. India was also very restrictive at one stage. Until and unless they were very restrictive, they will never develop because of the systems were wrong until 90s, early 90s. Then the systems changed and they started to provide the same opportunity to everybody. And once they start to provide same opportunity to everybody, India starts to boom. So the whole idea is, if until and unless everybody from the political to the ground level, everybody doesn't treat everyone fair, this idea of Vasudeva Kutumbakam is not become a part of our DNA. We can discuss about it, but we cannot really achieve it. So to achieve it, we have to learn the theory of Vasudeva Kutumbakam and what is the deep meaning of that. The deep meaning, again, as I said before, one earth, one family, one future. That means that we all are interlinked. Every creature on the earth is interlinked. That is why somebody, I don't know who was telling what, that one mobile, it is being manufactured by many different hands. Software is created somewhere, some part is created in somewhere, assembled in somewhere, and then we get it there. In practical, world is today one village. But in our thoughts, in our DNA, it's not like that. Still, we are creating a differences. So my idea is, accept the idea of Vasudeva Kutumbakam. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ravindra. What a beautiful speech and the meaning behind this title. Next, we have Mr. Vincent Su. He is the founder of Authentic Man Asia, the ambassador of the International Men's Day for Singapore, a certified integrative meta-image coach, and a clinical trauma specialist. Through his work, he helps individuals, especially men, reconnect with their own authentic selves, heal from relational trauma, build healthier relationships and lives through an integrative mind-body coaching approach. His title, One Image, Multiple Insights, One Humanity, Many Voices. Let's welcome Vincent on speech.
Good afternoon, everyone. Before I start, I would like to invite you to take a look at these pictures. What do you first notice? Some of you may see the different colors, and some of you may focus on the pair of eyes, or some of you might see the face that the two hands are holding on the face. So, although there is only one image, but there are so many different of the perspective from different directions. And that is the title of my speech today. One image, multiple insights. One humanity, many voices. And I believe that most of you have watched the Spider-Man movie and remember what Uncle Ben had said to Peter. Do you all know? Do you all remember? No. Yeah. He said, remember, great power comes with great responsibility. And most of us would think that, wow, okay, this message is only applied to superheroes or the leaders of the countries or organizations. But I would like to say that this message applies to all of us. We have the power to change the world. We have the power of our voices, we have the power of influence, and we have the power of our actions. And of course, I believe that we can create difference in whatever situations, in whatever communities that we are in. And I believe that today, being a world citizens, there are three elements. First, identity. Second, empathy. Third, collective responsibilities. Let me go through one at a time. Identity. I believe that every one of us has an identity. But what is this identity all about? I believe that some of you, your identity is by your role that you play in organizations, your positions, your job titles, or your social status, or even your assets that you have. Is it true? No? Yeah? Or yes? There's no right or wrong. Back then, in my early 20s, I was like most of you. I chased after success. I chased after achievement. My identity is by what I have. It's nothing wrong, yeah. But that was my early first part of my life. And now, in my 50s, everything changed. Yeah. And what really changed in my life? Today, as an ambassador, okay, as the founder of Authentic Man Asia and as the ambassador of International Men's Day for Singapore, I was luckily or thankfully appointed by the founders of the International Men's Day in 1999. Okay, and because of my work with men for the past many years, yeah, I was appointed, yeah, as the ambassadors. And of course, you look at it, my role as a coach, as a husband, as a founder, yeah, there are many things that I can do. But with my own capacities, with a whole teams of my core teams, I call them my brothers. We organize events, we organize talks, we organize the International Men's Day events for men to come together to learn, to share, to grow, and to contribute together as a community. And with that, of course, I'm thankful for my team of us, and for the past few years, from 5 of us in the core team, I have now have a group of 12 core team members. And they are from diversities of different backgrounds, different professionals. And I would like to take this opportunity to thank them. And next, of course, if you ask me, yeah, what is the role as the founder of Authentic Man Asia? I help men to become a better man. Yeah. And I believe that all of you here, whether ladies or men, yeah, we always want to become better person. Yeah. But sometimes we don't know how. And that is where my role as a coach, okay, as the founders, yeah, I'm helping them. Yeah. Of course, when a man becomes clearer of his identity, he was able to contribute to a greater purpose in life and to create the impact of others. And I believe that the world citizenship begins when identity expands from me to we. Second, empathy. I believe that everyone knows what it means by empathy. It's just simply put yourself in another person's shoes. Simple, right? But it's hard to practice. In my work with men and women, most of us are raised in the environments or the cultures that we are taught to stay strong. We are not going to cry. Yeah. And on the outside, of course, yeah, we appears to be strong, to be great, to have a lot of confidence. But deep inside, quite a number of them, they are either disintegrated or disconnected with themselves. But of course, what is the best way to do is to practice empathy. With empathy, we can we can communicate better, and we can build the trust, and together we can build a community with love. And last but not least, collective responsibility. Each one of us carries certain responsibilities and influence in our family, in our workplace, and in our communities. And as the ambassadors of International Men's Day, and this is the role that I give myself and my team to reach out to the men. In my own capacities, of course, I help men, and not just men, couples, in the relationship coaching aspects. And stay note of it, today, I'm going to invite you to take a look at this image again. What do you see? And this is the book that I written, and it's just nice to the same pictures. And let us build our identity beyond ourselves, and let us practice empathy with courage, and let us take responsibility to contribute to the world, to our community, to our families. Because in the end, we are not just the citizens of the world, we are the citizens of humanity. With that, thank you and have a great day.
Thank you, Vincent, for that speech about us as fellow citizens. Next, we have Miss Emily Nakafani. So let me read her speaker intro for it all. She is a proud member of Kebun Baru Toastmaster Club. She brings passion, poise, and personality to everything she does. At just 23 years old, this half Japanese dynamo has already turned her love for animals into a thriving full-time career. An avid animal lover, she doesn't just own a few pets, she has thousands in a fish shop. As a dedicated aquarium business owner, she spends her day caring for vibrant aquatic life, helping customers build their dream tanks, and sharing her knowledge of the underwater world. Her journey is a beautiful blend of courage, entrepreneurship, and heart, proving that when passion meets action, amazing things happen. So speechwriter, the day work becomes a choice. Let's welcome Emily Nakatan.
Hi everyone. Today I'll be talking about AI. So I think some of you might know this, but my introduction was very unnatural because it was written by AI. Okay, can you imagine a future where AI can do your scheduling, AI can do your billing? You don't need accountants anymore. You don't need customer service anymore. Well, that's not the future. That's actually what is happening right now in our world. Studies show that around 300 million jobs worldwide can currently be replaced by our current AI technology. Okay, most of them are like admin jobs, data entry, accountants. Those are the dangerous jobs. But the thing is, a lot of people would call this corporate greed. This is a very famous term online that I see all the time, that companies are replacing employees, retrenchment, just so that they can make more profit. But today, I'd like to share with you my point of view as a business owner. Today, I'd like to share with you my point of view as a business owner on why we need AI. So, aquarium shop, it might not seem like a lot, but our main business revenue, it actually comes from maintaining my customers' fish tank. And it might not seem like a lot of jobs, but once you realize that you have hundreds of customers, and your inbox is getting filled every single day, and you can't find any messages anymore, it becomes a problem for your employees, for you, for everyone. So, my very obvious solution there was to hire someone to do the admin work for me, to schedule, to bill the customer, to remind my staff to go to the site, to reply to the customer's question like, why is my fish dead? So I tried looking online. How much is the admin assistant per month? And I saw it starts at around 2005. And those are for diploma holders, not fresh grads, not from no bachelor degrees. So 2005, I thought to myself that I'll probably be training this young employee, and probably in 2 years, she or he is going to leave me for another company. Does it seem like a worthwhile investment? Okay, then I'll get a virtual assistant, maybe from the Philippines because they have cheaper wages. The problem is, you can't monitor them when they're online. So it's probably worse than hiring a $2,500 employee in Singapore because I paid $800 a month and nothing was done at all. Okay, option 3, I make an investment. I make an investment to create an automation system. Permanently, I will have no more admin jobs to do. An AI automated system. I was quote $30,000. Obviously, it's not plausible for a small business like me. And even if it were, there was another option that seemed much better. The name of the option is Claude. Does anyone of you know what is Claude here? Yeah. What is it? Please, AI. You know what it specializes in?
Coding, data analysis.
Yes, coding. Okay. I don't know about data analysis. I have not used it yet. Don't talk to me about this jargon. So I used it for coding. Okay. In 2 weeks, I built this so-called system that was worth $30,000. Exactly what I wanted. With a complete user interface, with a complete AI agent assistant. I just need to WhatsApp the AI agent, and then it helps me do anything that I need to do because it has all my customers' contact. Security issues aside, it is amazing. The most I could do was print "Hello World" on JavaScript. I'm sure the programming folks will understand this joke. And that took me 3 hours to learn. So 2 weeks for this level of application. This is insane. You can see very clearly that at this rate, everyone is going to get replaced. There will be no more jobs. No more jobs. But if there are no more jobs, then the employees have no money to buy food that the large corporations sell to them. What's going to happen?
Economic depression.
Yeah, economic depression. Yeah. So the equation is gone already, right? Because it doesn't make sense anymore. Even the large corporations won't be making money even though they were optimizing to hire for less. It's not going to happen. So these are just 3 scenarios that I thought of in my shower yesterday. The first scenario, the economic depression happens. The world collapses, and then we go under one central, super intelligent AI. Maybe that will happen, I never know. Maybe this video will blow up one day when my prediction comes true. Second one, we all own our robots to work for us. So whoever has the most efficient and the best robot gets the most amount of money. The third one is what I really want to see happen to our world from now on. So it's something related to what Vincent talk a lot. Okay, when we are young, I'm young, but when we are young, we chase success, we chase materialistic things, and we are not happy, right? And then when we get old, what happens to a lot of people is that they become wiser and realize that materialistic things don't really bring them much happiness. But this is how our world is wired right now, to push you to want materialistic things. How can we change that? So today, I'm trying to make that change. I believe that all of us has a voice. All of us can change the world. And I don't want to sound idealistic, but what we need to do first is to form a community. And when our community is loud and strong enough, we can shape the economy. We can shape the world to become whatever we want. So the third one that I really want to see come true is a world where capitalism shifts closer to socialism. So does anyone know what is socialism? Please answer.
An ideology for the betterment of society.
Yeah, okay. So I didn't know, so I had to ask someone. So that's what socialism is. The ideology to betterment of society. But for me, what I wanted to see is that positive impact is what brings people success. I wanted to see a world where instead of having more digits in your bank account, you see more happiness in your country. Because I think at the end of the day, we're all here not to be unhappy. I believe our purpose in this life is to be happy. So join the community, whether it's your church or temple, any religion or any study group, board game, gaming group, anything, fish shop, you're welcome. I can make a community. Please form a community. Please treasure the relationships you have with people around you. And that way, you'll make a better world when work becomes optional. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Emily. So let's make a better world, and I pass on today's session to Suzanne, our next MC for the day. Thank you. You're nice.
Ladies and gentlemen, how many of you are feeling energized and enlightened by all the speeches that you have heard? I want more hands. Right, thank you. And for those of you who are watching us live from our YMCA Toastmasters Facebook, this is World Speech Day Singapore 2026, and it is a day to celebrate unexpected voices that speak for a better world. And today I'm very pleased to introduce to you the next list of speakers, which I'll be taking care of. And the next speaker who is coming on board is Ms. Hadit Kaur Dajit Singh. Hadit is a self-motivated person, eager to learn and grow each day. Her speech title is The Power of One. Let us welcome Hadit Kaur Dajit Singh.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can one person really change the world? One person from a small island with no royal title, no great fortune. Could that individual really reshape nation and influence millions of lives? History shows us that the answer is yes. And one of the best examples is Napoleon Bonaparte. Napoleon was born in 1769 in a small island of Corsica. He did not come from a wealth or royal family. In fact, he was considered as an outsider in France and spoke with a Corsican accent. But through his intelligence, discipline, and ambition, he worked hard, rose through the ranks of the France army, and eventually became one of the most powerful leaders in Europe. His ambition pushed him from a small island boy to a man who changed course of history. But Napoleon's influence was not only about winning battles. What truly changed the world was the ideas and reform he introduced. One of his most important contribution was the Napoleonic Code. This system of law makes everyone equals under the law, protects people's property, and ended the special privilege that nobles once had. Before this, many society differentiate people based on their social class. But Napoleonic Code helped make justice fairer for everyone. What made it even more remarkable is that this idea does not only stay in France. As Napoleon's influence spread across Europe, these legal principles were adopted in many other countries. For example, in the United States, most of the states follows English common law, but Louisiana is different. Its laws are based on Napoleonic Code, emphasizing written laws and equality before the law. This shows that the idea of one person could travel across the world and last for centuries. Napoleon also strongly believed in meritocracy, the idea that people should succeed based on their ability and hard work, not family background. In his army and government, talented and dedicated people could rise to important positions. This challenged the old system, where power only belongs to nobles, and showed the world that their opportunity should be based on skill, not birth. Of course, Napoleon was not perfect. His ambition led to wars, and his empire eventually fell. But despite, after his defeat, the reform he created continues to shape societies. His influence on law, government, and leadership lasted long after he was gone. Napoleon's life shows that teaches us the importance of the power of one. He started off as an individual, a young man from a small island, yet his ideas and reforms shaped political structures, influenced legal systems, and changed course of history. So when we think about changing the world, we often imagine large group of powerful nations. But history reminds us that change can begin with just one person. Napoleon Bonaparte showed us that an individual with ambition and beliefs could eventually leave a legacy that reaches far beyond his own lifetime. So as we reflect on the power of one, please remember that each of us has the potential to create a change. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing with us insights into Napoleon Bonaparte. The next speaker is Mr. Chitan Pushte. Can I invite him to come forward to the stage? Chitan is a marine engineer and a dedicated professional in the shipping industry. He's an active member of Tampines Changkat Toastmasters Club. He enjoys reading, traveling, and sharpening his communication skills. Today, he presents his speech with the title, The Great Addiction, exploring how technology is transforming and sometimes crippling lives worldwide. Please join me to welcome Chitan Pushte.
Have you ever walked into a restaurant to see a beautiful family all sitting together and sharing quality time? Yes. But sharing quality time with their phones. Yes, folks, welcome to the modern family dinner. Today, as a world citizen, let us talk about the most widespread addiction in human history. The screen addiction. No, no, no. This is not just a bad habit. This is the big boss of addictions. If Shakespeare were to be alive today, he would say, to scroll or not to scroll is the question. And the answer? We scroll endlessly. We scroll in offices, we scroll in meetings, we scroll at the MRT, we scroll at the red light, we scroll in the bed, we scroll in the toilets too. Let us examine what really is this great addiction. How many of you believe that you are hooked on to your mobile phones? Can we have an honest show of hands here? Well, that's most of us. I grew up in that beautiful era when there were no mobile phones. And then came the greatest killer of our time. The screen touch mobiles, the social media, the OTT platforms, and the numerous websites. I once flew to Tokyo for a career-defining interview. The night before the interview, instead of preparing my presentation, I was glued to watching a serial. One episode followed another, and then another. The next day morning, I stood unprepared and failed. I was always short of time, always rushing, always busy, yet never too busy to scroll. There is that one moment which happens at night when the day is finally over. I reach out for my phone sitting on my bed, the same way as I would reach out for my pillow, purely, instinctively. Just one more video, just one more headline, just one final glance before falling asleep. And then somewhere between that just one, hours pass by. I realize I wasn't relaxing. I was procrastinating being alone with my own thoughts. Because when the screen goes dark, the mind turns on, thinking of the day that has just gone by, thinking of the things that I had postponed, thinking of the thoughts that I had not dealt with. So in that sense, my phone helps me. It keeps me busy, it keeps me distracted, it keeps me comfortably numb. Night after night, I thought I was controlling how I spent my time. But no, I wasn't. Night after night, I wasn't scrolling this phone. This phone was scrolling me. What is the science behind this great addiction? Have you ever wondered why is it so hard to put this phone down? every ping, every notification, every like gives our brain that tiny squirt of dopamine. This is the same pleasure chemical that is triggered by gambling, drugs, and yes, falling in love. Except that this relationship, it's toxic. Neurons that fire together wire together. The more we scroll, the deeper the habit gets. And soon enough, you are no longer controlling the devices. The devices are controlling us. It was time now for a reboot. That moment did not arrive with fireworks. Instead, it came in silently. One evening, I was sitting on the sofa and scrolling my phone. I looked up to see my son do exactly the same thing. The same posture, the same mindless stare, the same endless scroll. At that moment, it hit me. He wasn't learning this from his friends. He wasn't learning this at school either. He was learning this from me. That was my wake-up call. If I don't change, that becomes his future. On that day at my home, I implemented 2 simple rules. During meals, no screens. And between 10 p.m. and 7 a.m., all screens to be shut down. Initially, there was resistance. There were complaints. There were days when I was not the most popular guy at my home. But I persisted. And gradually, some things began to change. The conversations at the dinner table became longer, deeper. My children's grades at school dramatically improved. At home, we did not just communicate. We began to connect better. All because of 2 simple rules. I understood the universal truth that when I change, my world changes. So in conclusion, my friends, the internet is a powerful tool. But just like fire, it can either cook our dinner or burn our house down. As world citizens, we need to be more responsible and stand against this great addiction that continues to destroy human lives. Over to you.
Thank you for showing us how to overcome the great addiction of phones. And for our next speaker, she is Miss Nikki Tan. Can we invite Nikki to the stage? With over 20 years of client experience in the banking industry, she is now a certified life coach. By bridging a corporate expertise in problem solving with emphatic coaching, she helps the next generation build the mental resilience they need in the increasingly complex and fast-changing world. Her work focuses on empowering the young people with self-awareness, communication, and confidence. Her speech title, When Youth Say Nothing at All. Let us welcome Nikki Tan.
Let me start with a confession. A while ago, my 20-year-old daughter stopped talking to me. It is not because I didn't love her. It's because my love for her was expressed in a language that made her feel unheard. And in that painful silence, I learned something that changed the way that I understand young people. Sometimes, when youth say nothing at all, it is because they don't feel heard. And that is the story I want to share with you all today. So like many parents, I thought I was expressing love in the best way I knew how. I reminded her of her deadlines, I reminded her of her tasks, her responsibilities, and sometimes even her tardiness. To me, that is my way of showing care. But one evening, something happened that changed and made me realize that things were not the same for her. She was getting ready to leave the house. So like what mothers do, I said something like, hey, don't forget your umbrella. Hey, remember to submit your assignments. And you're running late. She stopped. She turned around and said to me, Mom, can you stop telling me what to do all the time? She was exasperated. After that, she left and she stopped talking to me. During that silence, I knew I had to do something. I had to reflect. In that reflection, I realized something so important. I have been expressing love in a language that is not in hers. I was trying to impose, restrict, suppress her voice. I didn't listen. So I decided to try something different. So instead of correcting, instead of advising, instead of reminding, I respected her independence. I stepped back. I gave her space. I also respected her time, and I respected her ability to navigate life in her own way. So when I did speak to her, I simply said something like, may I share an observation? Would you like to hear my thoughts? If you need support, I'm here. Slowly something changed. She began speaking again. Not because I forced her to, but because she felt safe enough to. That experience reminded me of something powerful. When you say nothing at all, it's not because they have nothing to say. It's because they do not feel heard. And that matters far beyond the homes. Because today's young people, they are growing up in a complex and rapidly changing world. They face challenges and pressures that we've never experienced. They see realities that we may not fully understand. And they hold ideas, questions, perspectives that could also shape our future. But if they feel unheard, dismissed, judged, they simply choose silence. And when that happens, the world loses voices it desperately needs. So today, the theme of World Speech Day invites us to speak as world citizens. But being a world citizen is not just about speaking. It's also about listening. Listening across generations, listening across cultures, listening across perspectives. And because that also required shared voices. And shared voices begin with shared respect. A world citizen is not just someone who speaks loudly, it's also about someone who listens deeply. So today I want to leave you with a thought. The next time a young person hesitates to speak up, to ask a question, to share an idea, remember this. In that small moment of hesitation, there lives a future leader, an innovator, a peacemaker. If you say nothing at all, the world becomes smaller. But when you find your voice, the world becomes wiser. So in my circle of influence and in yours, let us raise a generation brave enough to speak, and let us become a generation wise enough to listen. So when young people will no longer wonder, am I important enough to speak? They will simply know, my voice matters, my story matters, and I have something to say to the world. With that, I thank you.
Thank you, Mickey, for showing us the power of communicating with our youth. And next, I would like to invite Rajalakshmi Mahindran to the stage. Can we give her a round of applause? Thank you.
Ms. Rajalakshmi brings over 20 years of experience in healthcare, supported by a Bachelor of Science Honours in Healthcare Management. She is also an avid photographer and storyteller, now expanding her expertise through training in infocom technology, specializing in infrastructure and operations. Her speech title, Jewel Storybook, is a reflection of her journey and identity as a world citizen. Let us welcome Ms. Rajalakshmi Mahindra.
A very good rainy afternoon to one and all. And before I start, I would like to wish one and all a very happy World Speech Day. We made it this far, and we will make some more as well. And I'd like to thank the organizers for giving me the opportunity to speak once more on the World Speech Day. My very first World Speech Day was 15 March 2016. I have really come a long way. And I spoke about love. So I think now the topic has changed. I'm talking today as a speaker and also a person who has gone through a journey reflecting my own experience. Sometimes why I call the name Jewel. Winston Churchill, he described Singapore as the jewel in the East. He has high expectations of Singapore, and Singapore has really lived up to her name. But not that jewel, but one I really can conquer with. It's a Korean drama, Jewel in the Palace. It's a very famous drama. It talks about a lady surgeon in Korea and her expertise and her challenges. I've been being in healthcare for 20 plus years. I have faced my very own challenges as well. I believe we are always striving to be better, successful, and being able to communicate our ideas and have a good interaction with people. However, I had an opportunity just 2 weeks ago. On a personal note, I brought my friend and her daughter to a horse stable near my place. And why is this special? Because many years ago as a child, I had an accident with a horse. I fell from a horse. And my father was there. I had no protection. I fall down and I got up with the trainer. So, having done that, I felt that it is time to overcome my fear of horses. So I brought on my buddies, friends, and she brought her daughter, and we went there. We had a good time. But what makes this experience is that the horse has taught me something. It's not about riding. You see, when we were queuing up to ride on the horse, this particular horse came in and it was very strong. I believe it was a stallion. Because the way it came and we were queuing up to see it, it got our attention. And I was like, oh my God, am I going to ride this one? But I realized, because when you see other horses, it's very quiet, very nice. You got the ponies there, the ambiance is very nice. And then when I saw this horse, am I going to ride this? The fear came back. But I said to myself, I did some research about horses, not to make them angry while doing the ride. So I went online and did some research, how not to wear color red, and how to not to irritate them when you're riding on them. So, showing respect, that is what I learned from the research I've done. And what do you call it, before I took a ride on the horse. The horse's name is Hunt. And I said to myself, okay, I should do what I've learned to calm my nerves down. I paid a respect to the horse. And I videotaped every single ride I did. And the horse actually wagged his tail. And you may say it's just another horse story. It means the horse is happy. So I said to myself, okay, this is going to be a joyride. So I went on the horse. And I was literally shaking inside. And I could feel all the, I felt all the fear. What happens if the horse threw me off the back? Because I ever did a medical case study as a medical staff, that the injury by the horse can be quite serious. And sometimes I did a presentation many years ago that what are the possible prognosis can be done for a horse injury when I was in the ambulance ranks. And I was like, okay, go on the ride, and I was smiling, calming myself now. It does wonders to your system. And what I did was, I did have problems coming down from the horse, and I thanked the horse. You may say, why am I talking to the horse? It is important. Be it talking to human beings and being talking to animals is the same. You have to acknowledge them. And after saying bye to the hunt, and I carried on with the normal journey back home with my friend and friend's daughter. And there are 3 takeaways I'd like to share to the world. What I've learned from this experience. 1, always communicate. Be it animal or be it horse or be it anyone. Communication is important. Even it's a little gesture, thank you or hello, it does play a part in communicating to a person. So communication is important. Second of all, there will be challenges. Life is full of hiccups, bus stops, and what if not? Keep moving forward. I told myself when I was on the horse's back, just go forward. My goal is to just go forward. With the end in mind, like the famous guru will say, Stephen Covey, if one remembers. And then the third one, enjoy the ride. Don't be so stiff. Because we have one lifetime, not many, you can count. So these are the takeaways I would like to tell the world of my journey as a world citizen, that in the end, enjoy the ride. Thank you for having me, and I'd like to show the world, this is the gift of my effort on a mini ride on the horse. It's a horse's shoe. So this is an accomplishment. Thank you very much.
For sharing with us the beautiful experience of communicating with horses. Our next speaker is the founder of the Facebook community for retirement, and he currently serves as a security supervisor at a private condominium. As he approaches 60, he's embracing a new chapter he calls FIRM, Friendship, Interest, Relationship, and Mindful Health. And today he presents his speech entitled, I Am a Senior Citizen. Please join me to welcome Mr. Chua Boon Chu.
Thank you, Suzanne.
Good afternoon, co-citizens, ladies and gentlemen. On 12 February 2026, an important date to me. Because on this day, I celebrated my birthday, my 60th birthday. Some people celebrate their birthdays silently, not wanting people to know their age. Some people celebrate with party of cakes, and celebrations. I did it differently. I decided to write on my Facebook one sentence. I'm very glad to declare that I'm officially a senior citizen at 60. Now, to many people, a senior citizen means one hand, or sick with 3 hands. Right? But today, I believe that senior citizen is a person not the end of a journey, but the beginning of a new chapter of their life. Same with me. All right. So at this point, okay, just about a year ago, I started a community on Facebook. I call this community the Community for Retirement. And in this community, people get to have activities, get to know things that do the things that they want. And we guided them with 4 principles. As the MC says, I have these 4 principles called FIRM, firm. Because senior citizen is supposed to be grounded and firm in experience. Okay, and let me explain to you what is this 4 letters FIRM. The first letter F refers to friendship. As we get, and when we are young, we make friends. But as we go along, we realize our friends disappear. So, one by one, we go where they are. Some say they are busy, some look where they go. But we make new friends again. Right? So as we reach older at 60, we still have to make new friends. Right? To keep us going. Okay? And I'm very glad that over the past few years, I made a lot of friends. Okay, very, very good friends. Friends like Mr. Ernest Chen, okay, who guide me along in public speaking. Okay, and people like Cherry Rico, Suzanne, who has been very good mentors to me. Okay, and during this time, 2 persons came to me, Mr. Kalakran and Mr. Abinda. Said, you are 60 years old. I'm also 60. Oh, well, consider 3 of us all 60 years old. So we give ourselves a name. We call ourselves 360. Right? Okay, it's so nice because life is about a 360 degree of life. And that's what we are sharing. Okay, so that is friendship itself. Okay, so it's very interesting. Okay, what we intend to do with 360, that one is later on. Okay, now coming to the second pillar that we go, interest. Interest refers to hobby. Some people like to play mahjong. Any mahjong player here? Right. In their free time when they retire, some people like cooking. Some people like gardening. Okay. But in this period, just a few weeks ago, okay, my friend introduced me to a new hobby. And this hobby is called the dragon ribbon dance. So imagine a 60-year-old man dancing to the rhythm of music, waving a colorful ribbon. Okay? And sometimes this ribbon dance beautifully, sometimes this ribbon dance better than me. Okay? And that is the new hobby that I found. Okay? And we encourage that every senior citizens have a hobby to do what they want. Okay? Do not, be lonely and then, nothing to do. We have senior citizens telling me, I've got nothing to do. I'm retired, I don't know what to do. Alright, so that's interest. Okay. The third pillar that I have is called relationship. Flipping over the newspapers, from time to time we flip over the newspapers. man died alone in the house. What a sad thing. Because what happened to that spouse? Right? Relationship. And I'm very blessed. I'm very blessed to have a wife that accompanies me all these years. And last year in September, we celebrated our 20th anniversary of ROM. Okay? And this year in May, we're going to celebrate 20 years of Chinese wedding. And 20 years, isn't it a long time? And definitely she deserves an award. Right? Because to live with me for 20 years is not easy, with passion and love. Alright, she's not here, but I'm always grateful to her to be by my side through times, to thick and thin. Okay. Now, the fourth pillar, the last pillar I'm talking about is mental mind. As many people think as old people as sick, walking slowly. Now, if you look around you, nowadays, okay, we have seniors working in various industries, from beverages to cleaners, okay, to hotel services, to MRT station ambassadors. Okay, they play their part in society, okay, and that is a healthy sight to see. Okay, for them to be able to contribute what they think is good for them. Okay, so that is why in Committee for Retirement, we emphasize FIRM. Okay, now since 2021, I have been on a journey of learning. Okay, I started to do a lot of learning. Okay, learning because of my love for learning and my passion for training and community work. Okay, I was a security for more than 10 years. Okay, a security with industry, shopping centers, and my last job is a security with condominium. Okay, I've since left the security industry for some reasons. Okay, and looking forward as a senior, not only I see healthy people in the seniors that I want to understand, I also want to understand the less privileged seniors. That's why I look forward to be in the caregivers industry where I can see a different perspective of senior citizens. Over here, it's just something that I like to share. Okay? Age adds years to our life. Okay? But this is the last sentence. Okay, age adds years to our life. But life age adds years to our life. But purpose adds life to our years. Okay? And with that, thank you very much.
Thank you, Boon Chu, for sharing with us how to start a new romance with life at age 16. And now I would like to welcome the next speaker, Mr. Caleb Brand, to the stage.
No 16 ideas.
Caleb is an IT professional and also the founder of SpeakTips.com, a website for better public speaking. His speech title, The Naked Truth. So let's welcome Caleb Brand.
When a speaker speaks, he does the ultimate sacrifice. Because when a speaker speaks, he gets an evaluation. Why? Because with an evaluation, the speaker becomes a better speaker. Now, once he becomes a better speaker, what happens? He, in turn, will do an evaluation so that others can also become better speakers like himself. World Speech Day participants, ladies and gentlemen, the world doesn't need a performance. The world needs the truth. The world needs the naked truth. And this is so very important. The naked truth cuts through the fluff. The naked truth cuts through the non-clarity and brings out the message. Because today, we want to hear the message. Why are we doing all this? Why is the evaluator doing this for the speaker? It is all for the good of the wider community and to speak for a better world. And so that's what it's all about. So if you look at a speech has got a few components. There is a structure, there is content, and there is delivery. So what does the evaluator do? The evaluator, in partnership with the speaker, brings it out in a clear and effective manner. And this is being done for a very specific purpose. The first step in the process is the structure. And you know how speeches are? You need a structure. Because if I don't give you a good structure, you will lose the message. You will fall asleep, it's guaranteed. You need to give audience structure. What do I mean by structure? You need to give them an opening. An opening is when you draw the speaker in so that the audience catches the attention. You don't want them to fall asleep. That's the last thing that you want to do. Once you have come up with a very good opening, which is the structure, that's not enough. Towards the end, you need to take them home safely. Because speeches are like a journey. You bring people from point A to point B in a safe and secure manner. You want to take them home. You do not want them to be lost along the way. So the opening is important, the closing is important. So when the evaluator talks about this to the speaker, this is in the larger aspect of the good of a wider community and to speak for a better world. The second thing that the evaluator does is to talk about the content. Because the speech, the core message, the ideas are all in the content. The content is the goal that you want to bring out. The content is the objective that you want to bring out. And really, the content is the know-how and the what to do. Because without that, members of the audience have got nothing. There's nothing for them to take home and apply. And so the content is critical. Again, why is the evaluator doing this for the speaker? All for the good of the wider community and for the sake of a better speaking world. The third thing is the delivery. You know, every time somebody comes up here and does a talk or a speech or a message you're trying to get across, delivery is also very important. Because it's during delivery that you focus on members of the audience. What do you mean by focus on members of the audience? The eye contact. Right? Are you looking at them? Are you not looking at them? Your vocal variety playing with your voice is also another key element, a key structure. And not to be outdone is your body language. Whether you move your arms, whether you take a walk. I don't mean just walking off the stage, but in a controlled fashion. Right? Moving your arms, moving your fingers, touching your face perhaps, Do all the action that brings out the objective of your speech. So for World Speech Day, the evaluator does a very important role. And the important role is this: by bringing out the message. I'll tell you a fact. A lot of speakers don't tell you the clear message. They will hide it in big sounding words, long sentences, big phrases, technical words to confuse you. So the evaluator's role is to help the speaker bring out the message in a clear, consistent fashion, in a clear, consistent manner, so that when he goes out there into the world and does his speaking engagement, he is actually doing good, a wider community, as well as speaking for a better world as a world citizen. So once again, have you got the part on the structure? Great show of hands. Have you got the part of the content? Show of hands. Have you got the part of the delivery? Another show of hands. Because the evaluator's role is so very important. Let me share with you a very simple story. There was a person. He wasn't a very good speaker, but he wanted to be a good speaker. Then he took his move. He looked around, but there weren't many organizations helping him or her, helping him become a good speaker. And finally, after doing his research for over a year, he came upon a few organizations. And one of the organizations that he came across was the YMCA Toastmasters Club. It's one of the best and finest in the world. Because as you know, public speaking kind of started in the area of Toastmasters. It started at YMCA. And so here we are at YMCA, bringing out and helping you become a better speaker. But why YMCA? Because for a speaker to grow, you need to have a good evaluator. It's a partnership. It's a partnership. Without this fantastic partnership, there is no way that you can grow as a speaker. There is no way that you could go out there and shine the light for whatever is happening in the world, for whatever topics that you want to talk about. So allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to summarize the key points of my message, which is a lot, but I'll try to summarize. The evaluator plays a very important role. The highest form of public service that I can think of in the area of growth and to help speakers go to the next level. The evaluator's role is to speak, to identify the truth. The naked truth. Can you handle the truth? This was mentioned in the movie. Because it's only through bringing it out in an honest manner, in a clear manner, that the speaker will actually grow. And when the speaker grows, it benefits everybody. How? Because one day the speaker will become a world citizen, and this will be good for a wider community and to speak for a better world. With that, thank you.
Okay, we shall have a 5 minutes break so that you can go for refreshment and washroom. See you then, for those of you who are watching live.
Coffee, right? Coffee, right? Sorry, I missed your sketch. You're buying a new one. Last for life. A male only lasts for 1 hour.
And then there are a lot of obstacles. Thrifters, they come and go, and how to really it's a challenge, big challenge. In fact,
One hour, 100 only. Yeah, 100 planning. A lot of people don't understand. They only know what metaphor, stimuli, I think you can divide it from this one is about making the delivery. This one is the language. If you don't make this, it takes you another 10 years to progress. Now you wait 1 year. Can you bring me now? So I can tell you this week like that. It took me 10 years to become a manager, then after that I take this trip.
Oh, I think, yeah, they use that. Yeah.
Oh, but I didn't see this one, so I was scared. But the distance is
Oh, I can actually if I'm saying future, yeah, I think one can use it.
But can
And when how can you determine your, let's say, the play size and the OS while I prepared for 7 minutes, but I think it's 7 minutes, so I think I can
you know what is my problem? Because so I just going on and on. Then I try to finish. Then I started using some of the points. I
ended up with 8 minutes. I prepared for 6 and 30 minutes. I ended up with 10 minutes. I will listen for that song.
Go already, yeah?
Okay, everyone. Thanks. Gather the speaker first before you start. Okay, everyone.
The break is over. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, can we have every one of you back? And anyone in the refreshment? After me is you. One last one. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, can I have your silence, please? We are going to...
Ernest.
Like it?
Yeah, I think the best. Can we start?
Ladies and gentlemen, can I ask all of you to go back to your seats? Thank you. We are starting now. Right. I hope that how many of you enjoyed the speeches? Yes, I see a lot of hands. More hands? I see more hands. Right. And for those of you who are watching us, we
Attention, everyone, we're starting.
For those of you who are watching us from wherever you are, for live, Facebook Live, for YMCA Toastmasters Club. This is the World Speech Day Singapore event happening now. And now I shall call on the next speaker. Her name is Ye Tao. She is a passionate story collector and a believer in the power of human connections. She works as a management trainee in a hearing aid company in Copenhagen, Denmark. Her speech title, If You See Me, For Me. Let's put our hands to welcome Ye Tao.
Now, I'm very lucky to come after Kilo, after he introduced 3 tricks of structure, of all the tricks for public speaking. So I used a 5-minute toilet break to change my whole speech, so thank you, Kilo. I'll definitely check out the YMCA Toastmaster. Imagine a world where you will not judged by your work title, not by your gender, not by your race, not even by how you look like, but by who you are as a human being. Do you believe such world exists? Now, I didn't, until I lived in one myself. By one song and 2 truths about our brains. Growing up, I thought of the world as something far away. It's the place that I see on the news. Climate change, regional conflict, financial crisis. It seems huge, complicated, and oftentimes negative. Now, when we see problems that big and that negative, we often think to ourselves, okay, who am I to change the world then? And what impact could I possibly make? Now, I don't blame anyone to have that thought, because that's exactly how our brains are built to feel. You see, as little fragile human beings, we have limited resource in our cognitive brain. And our brain has a very important job to protect us and to make us feel alive and happy. So when this huge problem came to us, our brain simply shuts down. We freeze and we ignore. Now, what do? Are we just powerless and this world is just too big to be changed? Luckily, there's another way to look at it. And the answer came from Michael Jackson. Do you remember this song? We are the world.
We are the
We
children.
are the children.
We are the one that makes
The world. Da-da-da. Yes. Familiar? Yes, exactly.
There's a choice we're making. We're seeing in our own lives. It's true, we make a better day
for you and me.
Thank you. I believe you're all familiar with that song. And maybe Michael Jackson was right. Maybe the world is not that distant place. Maybe the world is just you and the people around you. Your colleague, your neighbors, the people who serve you food, the people who clean your office. It is us and the people around us. Together, we are the world. Now, speaking of the people around us, we have another challenge. Our brain doesn't just protect us, it also helps us understand the world. And how do we do that? Our brain oversimplifies the truth and the environment to make facts easier for us to navigate this big, complicated world. So when we see someone, we immediately put a label to them. A businessman, a senior citizen, a Chinese person, you name it. And sometimes we decide who is relevant, who matters to us, before we even give ourselves the opportunity to see that person. What a shame. So I decided to start a little experiment for myself. I decided that I would try my best to see the people around me not by the categorization in my head, but just by the individual in front of me. I started with a butcher near my place. You see, I used to think of this guy as this scary Turkish grandpa that is always holding a knife, even when he's talking to me. Shit, which beef you want? This or this? Ugh. Not the very comforting situation to be in. But I started joking with him. And to my surprise, he became a completely different human being. The butcher that only usually package and hand you the meat and take the money, he now cuts the beef into small bite pieces that exactly I need. You will never see that in Copenhagen if you live there. And I've tried that in the office. Instead of passing by the cleaning lady 20 times a day, I started saying hi to her. I asked if it's a busy day for her or not. And she became the best information officer in my office just for me. She makes sure I'm the only one and the first one to know when there's free fruit hanging in the office. And if you work in an office job, you know how important information when there's free food around, especially when it's every 2 weeks. Now, for me, it's not just better piece of beef or less painful day in the office that I have. I've also realized that my world seems a little bit different. I see more smile on people's face and my face. Conversations become funnier and warmer. I've discovered something simple but powerful. When we see people not just by the label, but who they are as a person, the world does feel like a nicer place to be in. It's because I have changed the world for the people around me, and they have changed my world for me. So my dear fellow global citizens, I invite you to change the world from today. And not by solving the whole climate change issue by yourself. Also maybe not by trash talking some president somewhere in the world. Maybe start from something very small and close. When you go on the MRT today, when you order food at the hawker center, smile at the human being in front of you and try to talk to them a little bit. Because maybe you will find a surprising fact. If we see the people as who they are, we change the world. Because you and me and the people around us, we are the world. Thank you.
We are the world. Wow,
Thank you, Yetao, for showing us how we can create a better world together in our everyday lives. I hope you have learned something inspiring and useful for today's World Speech Day. And this is Suzanne signing off. I've ended my part of emceeing, and I shall now pass my time to our next MC, Carlos Frank. Can I invite Carlos to the stage? Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. So we will now have the last session, which is from 2:35 to 3:30. Right, so I'd like to invite the first speaker for this last session to come up to the front.
Patrick.
So Mr. Patrick. So let me introduce the next speaker. He's the CEO of iSmart Communications Private Limited, an AI marketing and AI program development company based in Singapore, serving both MNC and local enterprises across Asia. Driven by innovation and the transformative potential of technology, he leads initiatives that help organizations harness AI to enhance efficiency, creativity, and strategic growth. He firmly believes that public speaking is an essential skill for anyone who aspires to create meaningful impact in the world. For him, a powerful voice is not merely a tool for communication, it is a catalyst for influence, inspiration, and change. Ladies and gentlemen, his speech title, The Cultural Differences Between the East and the West. Put your hands together and let us welcome Stanley Mark.
Good afternoon. I'm very happy to be here. This is my 7th time. Ever since I knew that he was putting this together, I was so excited about it. Today I'm going to talk about something which is kind of confusing to a lot of people. The differences between the Western culture and the Chinese culture. I have to emphasize one thing, which is very important. Neither is better. It is important for us to know the differences, to appreciate the differences. I believe that the two cultures are really running on two different software. The Western culture is running on Express Yourself 2.0, whereas the Chinese culture is running on what I call Harmony and Humanity 5,000 year edition. When these two crash together, there are many things that we notice are so different. Sometimes it's fascinating. Sometimes it is entertaining. Now, I give you some examples, then you'll understand the differences. For example, like if there's a Westerner in this organization attending the World Speech Day, and then he spoke to the speaker over there and said, oh, you did a very good job. A typical Chinese would say, no, 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 no. Oh, I did a lousy job. I wasn't really prepared. No, the Westerner continues to say that, wow, your speech was really excellent. But the Chinese guy would even say, no, 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 I was doing a rubbish job. I was unprepared. If a third Westerner sitting there and listening to this, he would think that this Chinese guy must have done a terrible job. But you have to know this: there is a huge difference in cultural differences. You know, because of the fact that Chinese tend to be very, very focused on humility. You know, if you do something in China and someone says, hey, this is not bad, actually it means it's excellent. You have reached a status of what we call extraordinary. Another way to look at it is that, for example, like in the Western culture every day, we come across each other and we always say, how are you today? But nobody expects a real answer. Now here agrees. Even
Chinese culture.
Even your mobile phone crashed, your car was involved in a sort of accident. But your response is, oh, pretty good. However, when it comes to Chinese, it's different. Do you know the way Chinese talk to each other when they greet each other? Have you eaten yet?
No, not yet.
A foreigner will find that this is amazing. You know, this guy is supposed to buy me lunch or inviting me to lunch, but Chinese normally say, yeah, good, good. But if you take it seriously and said, oh, I haven't, then the Chinese guy will respond in this way. Are you sick? Why haven't you eaten? Come, sit here, eat something. To Chinese, food is not just food. Food is a concern, could be a sort of greeting, and care sometimes is an interrogation. Why? Someday when your wife asks you, have you eaten? Then you understand the reason. You know, because it is a sort of interrogation that you have to give some information out. Another example, it is common in the Western culture when you see someone, hey, your wife is really beautiful. Then your response is, thank you, I'm lucky, right? But when you talk to a Chinese guy in China, hey, your wife is really beautiful. His response is, where? If you know Chinese, what it means, where? Then the Westerner will say, is there something wrong? Where is she hiding? But if you know Chinese, that particular expression is very common, very common. Why? Because of the fact that it is a polite agreement or disagreement, but it implies, please continue complimenting. This is a real example of cultural differences in China when Chairman Mao was in power. I read the article and I laughed like crazy. You know, when he met the President of the United States, and the United States President was saying that your wife is so beautiful. And then his response is, where? And the translator was saying the where? And then the President of the United States said, everywhere. Another area of difference is when it comes to really food. You know, when you are in a restaurant, the Westerners normally order their own food. You order your own pizza, I order my pasta, and nobody's allowed to touch other people's food, right? If you steal a piece of French fry from someone else without asking, and this is worth what I call a deep investigation to see the kind of relationship that you have. But when it comes to Chinese, it's a totally different ball game. In Singapore, you come across a lot of Chinese ordering food, but we don't just order our own food. You order one thing, you order another thing, then all the 10 different items come to the table, then everybody will start doing one thing. We call it spin the wheel of fortune. Everybody's fighting for food. But we don't just eat our own ordered food. It is always someone who says, no, today I'm not that hungry. but eventually he probably would eat 70% of the food. It is real. But the most exciting and the most important differences, cultural differences, at the end of the meal. Now, in the Western culture, when we come to the end of the meal, then some suggest, oh, let's split the bill. Everybody will reach to their pockets, pull out their wallets, credit card or mobile phone to split the bill. Everything is organized. Everything is really civilized. But at the end of a Chinese meal, it is what we call the biggest full contact sport. One person will say, I pay, and the other one says, no, it's my turn, I pay. The third one, no, I invited you. That's another one who is waving to the waiter, come on, take my money here. But there's still another one who runs to the cashier and pay at the cashier desk. Why are they fighting for this? You know, because in the Western culture, you may think that it is very generous to pay for the whole meal. If you think that way, you miss the point. You miss a very important point in the Chinese culture. If you ever lose an opportunity to pay for the bill, you may lose the opportunity to build a strong relationship with all the guests. To Chinese, this is very important. Last month, I was in China. I wanted to pay for the whole meal of a group of people. Do you know what happened? I said, I want to pay. No, you have been paying all the meals. Okay, I pay this time. Do you know what happened? You cannot pay. Why? Because when we booked the table and the meal, we already paid. I said,
you're so happy inside.
But it is real. They book and pay when they place the order. Yeah. I couldn't even have a chance. Now with all these differences, now you can see that cultural differences are very important, especially when we are living in Singapore, dealing with all kinds of races, all kinds of cultures. It is important for us to know the differences, appreciate the differences. At the same time, the most important thing, when we understand each other's culture well, then the world will become much better. With that, thank you for your attention. Sure.
Next time I go to meal with you, you say you pay, I say thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stanley Mark, for that wonderful speech on cultural differences between the East and the West. And I'll be very mindful moving on. Can I invite the next speaker to come to the front with his card? Allow me to introduce the next speaker. With experience as a FMCG sales executive and 3.5 years as a lecturer, he's now focused on building a career in cyber security and AI entrepreneurship, leveraging his combined business acumen and emerging technical skills to create innovative, future-ready solutions. His speech title, Because Hurt People, but Heal People, Heal People. I repeat, because hurt people, but heal people, heal people. Let us welcome our next speaker, Wong King Sing.
Just correction, my name is not Wong King Sing, it's not Wong Kan Sing. Wong King Sing. Yes, yes.
One can sing.
Yes, thank you very much.
Can sing.
Okay. Because hurt people, but heal people, heal people. Okay. Let me begin with a simple observation about human beings. When we are hurt inside, they sometimes become porcupine. They don't mean to hurt others, but whoever comes too close get hooked. That's why we often see angry people say harsh things. Impatient people snap quickly. And stressed people spread stress everywhere. But there's another truth. When people are healed inside, they become the warm sunshine, like all of you, warm sunshine. Okay. I want to talk about the journey of myself from a porcupine to sunshine. It's the journey of my life. Okay. When I was a childhood, at the age of 10 years old, God forbid, I was diagnosed with ADHD. And in those days, in Singapore, ADHD is, because our government is not as rich as today, it's very low key. In school, I will not pay attention, or put my neighbors and make fun of the teachers. I got full energy. That's my life as a young person. I have a very unusual childhood because I was born when my father was retired, and my father was the founder of the singing primary school, and he came from China. So in my house, I was the only guy left, and he would teach me all the romance of Three Kingdoms, all the computing. From 3 years old, I have to memorize. And my name is called Wang Keng Sing. And at 3 years old, I asked my father, what does it mean? He said, I want you to represent me because you are my new competition. I said, oh my goodness, I don't want, I want my childhood. So sorry. When I was 16 years old, I discovered faith and spiritual guidance from above. For the first time, I become very powerful. A person doesn't remain forever. If we were hurt before, we can learn, we can grow, we can change. Instead of reacting quickly, I began learning to pause. Just our wonderful friend, Mr. Caleb, has shown us how to pause. Is that wonderful? Yeah. Instead of speaking hardness, I learned to choose kindness. Are you all choose kindness? Yes? Amen? Yeah. So that's why the beginning of healing. And healing does something amazing. It breaks the chain. Do you want to break a chain of a moment of forgiveness? Okay, this is my most wonderful part of this speech. I don't need the notes. Because one day, my adopted mother asked me to sit beside her. And for a moment, she talked to me. She said, King Sing, I need your forgiveness. I froze, I don't know what to do. She told me, when you were a boy, I snatched you from my biological mother. Oh, to me, I thought that I don't know what to do, my mind froze. So I prayed to God for wisdom. And when I look at the eyes, she got, why does my mother want to confess to me? Because she's having the last stage of the stomach cancer. And she wants to find conclusion. And I thank God that she has the wisdom to approach me, the son that she raised up. And I know that I'm a trained counselor. I know that forgiveness is unconditional. So I look at her and say, I don't want to ask anything about my own biological mother. I say, I forgive you. And in order to my forgiveness to be complete, I pray with her in Teochew that God will forgive because of God's forgiveness. After that, I can see from her eye the guilt, slowly peace and life come back to her life. Isn't that wonderful? From hurt to healing. Looking back today, I understand something very important. Hurt people. But heal people. When a person begins to heal, something changes inside. They become calmer, they become wiser, they are more patient. Instead of criticizing, they encourage. Instead of reacting, they reflect. And slowly, the person or a place become a peace for other people. A message for all of us here. Everybody here has experienced pain in life. Is there nobody has pain in life here? I want to be my spiritual leader. Disappointment, misunderstanding, and rejection. But pain does not have to define us. Pain can teach us compassion. Pain can teach us wisdom. Pain can make us more understanding towards people who struggle. And when we learn from this struggle, we become the people who lift others. Just like my friend, Dr. Ernest Chen, who lift others through public speaking and postmaster. Let me leave you with this thought. The world already has enough anger. Enough criticism. You are stupid, you are not my type, Enough impatience, How come my food is not here, I'm your husband, I give you 10,000 a month, and my food is not hot. Yeah. But thank you, you turn me on, you're hot, What the world needs more of healed people. People who pause before reacting. Yeah, you must pause now before reacting to me. People who choose patience instead of frustration. People who choose kindness instead of bitterness. Because in the end, hurt people, but healed people begins. Perhaps today, someone here is carrying hurt. Perhaps some here needs forgiveness. Healing begins with one small step. Don't be worried though. I don't want to ask you to come here for healing. Yeah, this is my message. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Keng Seng, for that speech. I now know a little bit more about hurt people and healed people. Let me invite the next speaker to come to the front, Ms. Effie. Let me introduce the next speaker, a lifelong learner, an NLP coach, and a health and fitness enthusiast who believes that the best investment one can ever make is their own health. Her favorite quote is, "Live every moment, laugh every day, and love beyond words." Her speech titled, "A Journey for a Better Health, a Healthier World." Let's welcome Adelpha Abrigana.
Health is wealth. I firmly believe that our physical and mental well-being are more valuable than money because they are essential for a fulfilling life. But before, I didn't believe in this. I was different before. When I was younger, I was a big eater, and I didn't care about the food to take. My grandmother would always scold me and reminded me and my brothers to be careful in our food intake because we have diabetes in my father's side. My father passed away due to a heart attack, a complication of diabetes, while my mother passed away due to stomach cancer. Both died in their early 50s. These two reasons made me become interested in researching what exactly is a healthy lifestyle. And I tried to follow one, but I was not that effective until I myself was diagnosed of adenomyosis, a swollen condition of uterus that leads to heavy periods, severe cramps, and chronic pain that would last for 3 days. Starting that time, I became serious in researching what exactly is a healthy lifestyle. My research became intensive, and I encountered this documentary, Fork Over Knives, which became my pivot of my health transformation. I also found out that there are 4 pillars of health. The first pillar is nutrition. It is very important that we have to be mindful of what we eat every day, to choose the food that loves our body back, food that is nutritious, and try to avoid as much as possible food that are considered ultra-processed. I follow a plant-based diet because many research have shown that a diet full of plants is very beneficial for one's health. The second pillar is exercise. Doing regular exercise is essential for the body at any age because it helps reduce us from chronic diseases. It aids in weight management. It helps us improve our mental health because it reduces our stress, our anxieties, our depression, and it enhances our brain function, including our memory. So many benefits of exercise. That is why I want to ignite to everyone, the love to exercise, because truly it has a very good impact in our physical and mental well-being. The third pillar of health is sleep. Getting enough sleep every night, 7 to 8 hours, is important. Sleep is considered an underrated health tool. But many research have shown that it is during our sleep that our bodies are regenerating, that our bodies are removing our toxins. And I also found out one, that beauty sleep is real. There are research that show for those who have enough sleep every night, so their faces tend to be plumper, their skin more hydrated, and their face look more younger. The fourth pillar of, and the last of health, is stress. Everyone can say that stress is never absent in our lives, right? That is why it's very important to really know how to manage our stress. Social interactions like this, learning new things, and joining clubs like Toastmasters are just some ways in managing our stress. That's why I will never stop being a Toastmaster, because it helps me to grow and to step out from my comfort zone. And these have benefits in our mental and brain health. As an advocate of something, you have to lead as an example. It is my personal mission to help and inspire others, not only in their leadership and communication skills, but also in their health. I firmly believe that one cannot have a fulfilling life if you are in poor health. There is this saying that goes, a healthy man wants 1,000 things, but a sick man wants one thing. If you are sick, you can only focus on one thing, and that is to get back your health. I want to ignite to everyone here the desire to prioritize your health. So, my dear friends, have you been prioritizing your health? If not yet, it's never too late. We can start today and make that change. My health journey is not perfect. It's not linear at all. But whenever I stumble, I always would stand back up and go back to my main objective, and that is to lead a healthy lifestyle and to inspire others to do so. Mahatma Gandhi once said, "Be the change you want to see the world." So, my dear friends, let us join me in this journey for a better health, and together, all of us will make this world a healthier place. Back to you.
Thank you, Tasha. The speech on health, I'm completely sold. Next speaker will be Aaron. Right? Yeah. Let me introduce the next speaker. He's a Singapore-registered chartered accountant with over 30 years of experience in international finance, specializing in private market funds and strategic deals across the Asia-Pacific. He's also a qualified counselor, certified hypnotherapist, and author of 3 books, including Create the Path You Desire, focusing on helping individuals navigate both financial markets and personal growth. His speech titled, Create the Path You Desire, the Private Market. Let us welcome Aaron Kwek.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Today's speech, speak as a world citizen. Which part? The young one, the old one, or like me, senior citizen mentioned earlier? Or we have a robotic person speaking here, or AI? Most important, today is a different world. Most people are looking for bosses to give them a career. But it's no longer that. We are in a private market. What do you mean by private market? Look at YouTube, TikTok, and LinkedIn. All these are platforms. And AI that give you, combine with them, you can do wonders of the world. What we have today is no longer like today. In the old days, you advertise in the yellow pages. You're going to search, right? Today, what do? You go to TikTok, LinkedIn, and YouTube to see. So today, I'm talking for people like us, the world citizen, be a cat, meow. C-A-T. Let me tell a story. C for communication. Communication is one of the most important parts in our life. How we express ourselves, how we put forward to others. But most of all, I know a friend who would like to travel. So what he does, he travels around the world. But at the same time, just as earlier mentioned, earlier on the mobile is a kiosk, right? Disturb everybody in a dinner. But with a mobile phone, you can take pictures, correct? You can create videos. So what he does is, he creates videos of every travel to make people love the traveling. Why? Because people love traveling and travel to different places of the world at budget cost. So he creates a number of followers, 1,000 over. So what happened to him? He made himself useful, made himself wanted by people. So today it's not about you wanting something, what you can give to the world. That's communication. The next one, C-A-T, cat, right? A, attention. How many of you are focused? At the shop. Everybody listen, right? If I don't say that, nobody listen. So focus is very important. So when you do something, like TikTok, how many of you have seen TikTok? Wow, that's wonderful. Why TikTok? TikTok never exists. We talk about citizen, new generation. It's not, it's TikTok. Our old generation is this book. I have this in e-book anyway. That's it. So very important. Why TikTok? TikTok tells you can do now. What's happening now? So people want to see you through self, not the fact. Maybe quack here. Hello. No, they want to see me talking, be myself, what I'm good at. Thank you for the introduction. He introduced me, but not good enough. Can I do it? Can I show to the world what's TikTok about? TikTok is a small clip of 15 seconds. You can do anything you want, but most of it is on food. You can show an old uncle, 70 years old. How many hits? 100,000. And you can go to China in a restaurant. So how he cooks, 100,000 hits. Where he earn the money, not by the 100,000 hits. He conduct classes to show people what he does. So everybody is given a chance today to be in the business world, in the private market, do what you want, not what your boss wants. Very important. The last one is trust. Wow, digital world. How many of us, include me, and the world is also busy buying some of the account. So in the digital world, trust is very important. LinkedIn. Why LinkedIn so many people? Why LinkedIn always kick people out? Right, you have to subscribe and pay premium, $100 a month to be in the premium. Because there's trust. So in this world of digital, it's about trust. We professionals, or we Toastmasters, we have to be trusted. Because trust, if you are trusted, you can lead. If you are not trusted, you cannot have any followers. As we can see in the world of today, it's not about what or who you are, it's what you can do today. Standing up here on World Speech Day to present yourself. What is yesterday is gone. What is tomorrow? AI genetic, or robotic? Maybe next time when I come in, I get my friend, Link, standing here talking together. That's a robot. Why are we embracing this technology? Very important. Because the world is changing. Whether we're young and old, we need AI to go in. Very simple. Let's take out your phone. I don't know what you have. I have 4 very important things. Number 1, just to show you, I have TikTok. Why? I can entertain myself. I also can search for food. Yeah? If you are good, love your food at home, have home business, you can start this. Now the next one I have here is YouTube. Now very interesting. For YouTube, it's not about filming. I did more than 10 videos. You have to know what the market wants. You cannot just, in the old days, you just print a book. So I look at YouTube, what I did was I went to Genting Highlands in Chinese New Year, during Christmas, between Chinese and Christmas, and do a film. Genting Highlands got the highest hit, 1,000. Why? Because in Malaysia, there's only one Genting Highlands, only one casino. Same, if you do MBS, a lot of people. So you have to know what the current people want. Now the next one, LinkedIn. This is where I have to remain professional. I cannot do anything funny. I cannot do anything punky. I can't do it. No, LinkedIn is for us. But why do you have to be in TikTok, LinkedIn, and the other one is YouTube? Because each of us have different hobbies. I love traveling, YouTube. I love to talk about food, TikTok. Talk about TikTok. LinkedIn is my professional. Now, just like I mentioned about AI. How many of you have AI in your phone? I use Dollar. I don't know if you know. Dollar is very important. When you are doing something, halfway, someone asks you, can you write a book? Can you write something today? You just key in 4 points. What you want to write about, you come up with this. Sad to say, half of this is AI. Everybody laugh. Why? If you don't AI, what happened to your book? You are in the reverse mode. Because the whole world is moving to AI. You cannot escape now. How about this AI? Because it helps us to plan. In the old days, we have a diary. That's something like AI. But today, Dollar is AI for planning. So why crack our brain? I think there's some mention about health right later on, about enjoyment. Reserve our brain to grow, drinking, fishing, holidays. Let AI do the job. Now, I'm not an AI, I'm not robotic, so I have to read something here. Very important. We, World Speech Day, right? Speak as a world citizen. The door is open. So, are you ready to embrace this technology to move with the trend? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Aaron. All of us here are creating paths as we begin our journey here. Let me invite the next speaker. Yeah. Okay. He's a Singaporean student currently studying at Ngee Polytechnic. One thing that truly fascinates him is the idea of failure, not as a setback, but as a stepping stone. He's deeply curious about how failing can actually lead to success, how mistakes can become lessons, and how every setback can shape a stronger, wiser version of ourselves. His speech title, The Heart in the Machine. Let us welcome Mr. Haikal Sazali.
Imagine a world where in the near future, everything is actually automated by AI, right? Like the previous speaker that spoke just now. Everything, AI, machine, technology, that's the future. Is that right? What about the past? Let's look back. Years before, right? What was actually present? There was Socrates, right? Aristotle, these great thinkers. Do they really use AI? Do they need something else over here to talk about what they were thinking or questioning? Instead, these are actually the core principles that they were thinking. Things that are relevant even now, right? Philosophy, psychology, all these are what AI actually cannot answer. AI cannot really tell you what will happen tomorrow. In fact, AI technology and all these algorithms, what they do, collect data. They read statistics, create bar charts on PowerPoint slides for you to analyze. But when we have all of these tools, what do we truly have? That's the question over here. When we have all of these tools, what do we truly have, right? Now, having all the AI chats to help you solve everything doesn't really help you in like any form of situation, right? What could you really do is just to believe in yourself with your true heart and desire to accomplish something greater. Now, let me go back on my topic, the heart in the machine. Why the heart in the machine? Because the AI doesn't have 5 senses like us. They cannot smell, they cannot touch, they cannot taste, maybe they can hear now, maybe they can think, and maybe they will accomplish all these 5 senses, but not now. So what I'm trying to tell you today is, if you're worrying about the job scopes, about the opportunities you have, that AI is going to overtake you, you don't have to fear about it. In fact, you have to embrace your inner self. And what do I mean by that? Embrace from the heart. Like Jack Ma once said, he was sitting in a room, it was a discussion with Elon Musk. They were talking about how AI will override and overtake the world. But Jack Ma, the founder of Alibaba, said it wouldn't, because the machine doesn't have the heart. And how can we actually take away from this? Right? The heart beats. For every moment it beats, you are currently present until it flatline. Right? But the machine doesn't beat like the heart. It beats on the algorithm. It beats on the things you feed to the machine. And it learns fast, snapping faster than your fingertips. Right? Gigabyte, megabyte, whatever byte there is. Right? The only byte you can have is maybe just a bite of the burger after the AI programming. Perhaps. Right? So, here is the story, right, of my learning. My entire process from primary school, secondary school, to the introduction of AI when I was in IPE, and now in Polytechnic. In primary school, secondary school, there wasn't much of AI. In fact, AI is just like Google, right? It's a search engine. Whatever you don't know, go and Chrome it, right? Whatever you want to know, you go and look for it. Now, when the AI boom happened in 2020, I was in ITE, right? So my friends and I realized that we can actually do a lot of things with this. We can, in fact, copy down a whole chat box and put into our final project. And guess what? Did the teacher spotted it? Obviously he did. Yeah. But now the thing is actually, are we over relying on AI? Why did my lecturer or the teacher spotted me using or our group using the AI chat, or rather the whole document, right? Is this over reliance of AI actually what you truly can accomplish, right? Remember what I said, everything is in the beat of the heart. The machine doesn't have the heart. And when the machine produces a work, in fact, I believe that all of you guys know, it's very easy to detect AI in your own work system, right? Through the framework they use, the language they use, and perhaps even some of the bombastic words. So now moving on to, in Polytechnic, how am I actually using AI? Now I've used AI to help me solve certain miscellaneous tasks, or perhaps other tasks that I truly don't really want to do, right? And this is how AI is able to solve the problem. But I remember one of my lecturers, right, tell me to use AI to solve a problem about tomorrow. And what's this problem? This problem is actually something that relates to everyone. It's about tracking your daily habits. In fact, even now, I believe there are too many AI companies or competitors running this thing, right? But when you are trying to track your habits, what does the AI actually do for you? It can't really do anything much. They are only able to show you, this is what you do, what you do, what you do. Yeah, perhaps that's tracking. But when you run it back, let's run it back, right? Running back to your own self, you're actually able to track your own habits, right? Who needs a Book Watch, an Apple Watch, Garmin Watch for you to tell you that, hey, you're exercising in zone 2? You know? You can actually do it yourself. Just go for a light jog when you feel like you're in a comfortable pace to talk. Then perhaps it's zone 2, unless you feel like your heart is having some like massive palpitation. Okay? So how does it actually affect us? Firstly, AI affects us by not having us to use our brains to think deeper into ourselves, to reflect upon how we actually truly see the problem. The AI is just a quick fix at its fingertips. Okay. Secondly, the AI revolution is present. Are we having to worry much about it? Shouldn't be the case. Why? Because, like I said, the AI doesn't beat with a heart. It beats with gigabytes, pixels. And why shouldn't we be worried about it? Because we as humans are able to connect with each other. When we connect with each other, we listen, we think creatively, right? Trying to get pieces of how the person actually looks like. If you close your eyes right now, imagine yourself sitting in a taxi, right? Uncle driving you from destination A to destination B. What can you learn from the uncle? If you talk. That's if you talk, instead of if you type it in. Other than that, it gives you his reflection of his perspective on the problem. Right? That's what AI is unable to give you. AI is unable to reflect thoughts and opinions of people, which are you and I. We are Homo sapiens alike. The AI only collects the data. And thirdly, last and most importantly is you are able to learn better through human conversation and connections rather than intellectual AI programming. Like maybe you ask AI to give you a whole document about, what is the newest science breakthrough, and you can talk about what is actually the thing that matters the most to the next person beside you. Right? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Heikel, for the speech on the heart in the machine. Our final speaker for today's World Speakers Day. Let me introduce that speaker. She's a dedicated professional with over 2 decades of experience, recognized for her outstanding leadership and commitment to continuous growth. With a bachelor's degree in accountancy and advanced certifications in communication and leadership, she is now completing her master's in digital marketing as part of her evolving journey. Beyond her achievements, she contributes to global storytelling platforms, co-organizing World Speech Day 2025 and 2026, where she champions voices that inspire change. Her speech title is I Am a World Citizen to Myself. Please join me in welcoming Cherry Rico.
Can you see this? This is how I wrote my speech today.
Only today, I thought you write it tomorrow.
No, definitely this is not AI. I don't know whether even AI can even understand this. It's my own code.
This is CI. This is CI. This is not AI. Very intelligence.
CI.
It's not AI.
Yeah. Borrow intelligence.
Not borrow, it's sharing intelligence.
Good afternoon, everyone. I believe you enjoyed everyone's speech. Okay, that's not shutting down on me. The last one. I've learned a great deal with the different kind of speeches that we heard today. They are all inspiring. There is one speech that really caught my attention. How to become a parent. I'm telling you, what is the use of all these speeches if the nation that we are standing and the nation that we plan to travel, the adventure has been reduced to dust? Your speeches are all very inspirational, provided we have been living in a better world, right? What is going on right now? I'm telling you, this is not in my speech. Currently, we have war. But what is really going on? Who declared war? I'm not going to mention. I don't want to get shot to death. So, before we critique those leaders in position, why not start thinking about how are we going to choose the right leader? Who placed those leaders in position? Isn't it us? So why are we pointing our fingers to the leaders who
reduce the nation to dust. Are we failing? Nation failing us? Or are we failing ourselves? I tell you one story. I tried to save the world using my phone. How? I am the queen of inspirational quotes. I post about humanity, peace, anything that's very inspirational. Then suddenly I asked myself, because when we post, right, there will be some comment. I asked, be the change. I question myself, am I living that change? There are a few ways to illustrate this in a simple framework. I'll make it very simple. Court? No. We start with constitution. Court, then cabinet. The country has a court. What does it do? It has a constitution. Let's start with constitution. It has laws that we need to follow as citizens. Let's parallel this. What is our constitution? Who governs the nation inside us? Our constitution, these are habits. These are culture, tradition, what we usually do that keep us grounded. Because that is what we believe in. That is how we were brought up. So how about the constitution that the nation has? What does it do? They set law so that it's not about to capture the criminals. It's to set to keep the citizens grounded, everything in order. Right or not? Second, court. In a nation, the court is where the criminals go. Whether they're criminals or not, they are still yet to be sentenced. So what is the court in us? Our own nation. Any idea? It's our conscience. Okay? The next one, cabinet. The court has a cabinet, right? What does it do? They are the ones that make the decision when we go astray. So for us, our cabinet, on top of the conscience, is our SOPs. What keeps you grounded? Why am I illustrating court, constitution, court, and cabinet? We are the ones that rule our destiny. We are the ones who choose the leaders that I really don't wish to say it, but it really brought the nations to dust. And it's very, very regretful that we voted for these leaders. But before we critique those leaders in position, we have to go and govern our nation so that we can make the rightful decision. And hopefully the next time we don't choose the same leaders or choose the wrong leader. As I close my speech, what do you think is the best contribution and gift that you can give to the world? To let everything, make the decision, start within us. Most of the speeches always say, change must start from us. It is true. So, I'm telling you, everyone, even if how many times we critique those in position and burning down, oh my God, that's not right, into dust, the decision lies within us. So, are we going to blame the nation? I'm not saying that we should blame ourselves, but we need to do some soul searching. Why we put those leaders in position? We hope we can get the right choice when next election comes. Okay, I try not to be political, but back to you, and I hope you really enjoyed today's World Speech Day, and there has been a lot of learning and reflection with all of your speeches. Can I have Dr. Ernest Chen for the closing speech?
My dear fellow world citizens, a year of planning has finally bear fruit. It has come to an end for World Speech Day 2026. Tomorrow we begin the planning for World Speech Day 2027.
Can I excuse myself?
World Speech Day is not a one-day thing. Even though we say World Speech Day, World Speech Day is a continuous affair. The change is not one day. The change is a continuous change. New invention does not mean that it's something that being planned and invented today. It has been tried and planned and tried again, and the new invention was finally born after many years of thinking and hardship. Those who were not here in the earlier morning, World Speech Day was born actually in 2013. When I was in Bournemouth, UK, attending a speech writing conference, and I met a professor, Simon Gibson, who was seated next to me. Just only for half an hour only, we exchanged contact. And then 2015, he gave me a call exactly on the Christmas Boxing Day. And we were celebrating at YMCA Cafe. After we had finished 50 hours of speech marathon celebrating Singapore 50 years anniversary. Ernest, remember me? Simon Gibson. We met in London, we met in Bournemouth. I said, yes, of course. I have a plan, I have a vision. I want to start World Speech Day. Before he ended the thing, Ernest Chen is Ernest Chen. Yes, I will do it. He said, are you sure you know? I said, I just finished 50 hours of of a speech marathon. So one speech day for 2 hours, 3 hours, and nothing is very chicken feed. He said, are you sure? I said, yes. I sealed the deal. In 2016, 15th of March, Singapore was the first country that staged a World Speech Day. Because Singapore saw daylight before London. Imagine that. I'm a person that never say, let me think about it, let me try. A lot of people think about it, whether to buy my book or not, 1 year, 2 years later, 3 years later. No, this is a true fact. Another chance is yes or no on the spot. That is my way of doing things. Of course, I say yes, I have a capability to do it. If I say no, means I will not do it. So, 2016 YMCA, we pay for the auditorium. We have a whole day's meals. We pay for it because we raise funds for it. And today is the 11th-year World Speech Day. There are 2 reasons why I support World Speech Day. Number 1, as a Toastmaster, we need to have the venue, we need to have a platform to deliver our speeches. So World Speech Day provides Toastmasters a different platform to deliver your speeches. Speeches is a skill. You need to do it in a different platform, different audience, different way, and speak it differently. Secondly, even though we practice, but we can contribute a little bit how we can change the world, because it's the live streaming. Maybe other countries will be listening to us. There's no right or wrong. In fact, this year, many African countries are participating. They should, because they have to learn how Singapore succeeded, how Japan succeeded, how other countries succeeded. After all, we are global citizens, isn't it? See, one voice, many global citizens. This is the way I believe that. So I hope that today's World Speech Day has given you a platform to deliver a message from your heart. What I heard every one of you speak from the heart. It doesn't really matter. I believe that diversity is a blessing. We all look differently. We all have a different message. We all speak differently. But with one voice, desire to change the world. That is the most important thing as a global citizen. We cannot be so selfish, keep it for ourselves. Whatever we say, we have to do it. That is the most important thing. We must deliver. Because the world, 8 billion people across 193 countries belong to United Nations. United Nations is a NATO. No action, talk only. Yeah, it is. But we want to deviate from that. Why should we follow them? Isn't it? Ours is we talk, we act. Step by step, never mind. That is the way. We cannot change totally. We can change step by step. I hope that World Speech Day will continue, even though Ernest Chen is not here. I'm very happy. I have a fantastic team. Cherry, Suzanne, Bunchu, every one of us contribute in a small way. As I say, drops of water makes an ocean. I really do like to see all of you be a good speaker. Speaking is to change. The reason we speak is to share our idea to other people. The better you speak, the higher the influence. And get into people's mind, get into people's heart. That is the most important thing. External is not so important. Internal is more important. Sometimes you talk and talk. The guys, the body shape is so strong like a bullet shoot. You can't get in. You shoot or shoot, you can't get in. Once you get in, the shoot will really change the person. We speak is all from inside, honestly. External is nothing, it's all inside. So we learn to speak from the inside. I always have certain formula to share with you. Read more books. Understand the current affair. Your story can resonate with people what you read from the news, listen from the news. That is the way to get through. If not, people don't know what you're talking about. Isn't it? Like in my speech earlier on, I mentioned that, we have to hold hands and sing the song. The more we are together, 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 the more we are together, the happier we'll be. For your friends are my friends, and my friends are your friends. The more we are together, the happier we'll be. If you can get Putin, Donald Trump, Zelensky, sing this song together, I believe that the Ukraine war will end immediately. Because you reflect back when you're young, we don't even know how to attack, we don't even know how to scold people. We only know how to hold hand and sing the song. Singing is the best way to create the endorphin. Singing has the dopamine and oxytocin, plus some of the endorphin. These hormones create the feeling of happiness, relaxation, and social bonding. If these leaders sing every day together, crack jokes together, they forget about war. So this is the way we feel. The inner power is more important. When people think of external power, geopolitics, I want to get your country, I want to get your oil, I want to get this thing. This is selfishness. This is only very narrow view of the world citizen. So I hope that, continue, go back and spread the words to your fellow Toastmasters in your club or to your friends, to your co-workers. Isn't it? Definitely 2027, 15th of March will be on. But I don't know what day it is. We don't know whether same venue or not, because we'll definitely inform you. Isn't it? I believe that people who have participated, they will participate every year. Like Lashmani, participated. She no longer in Toastmasters, she should come back to participate. As Stanley Mark mentioned, 7 years already, he's Hong Konger. He enjoyed it. And we have a guy, last year, Jason Chong, he flew to Hong Kong to take part in last year's thing, Flew to Hong Kong. Sitting down Singapore 3 days to take part in the World Speech Day. But this year he said, sorry, could not get leave. See, people who enjoyed it, I really treasure this sort of friendship. So, what can I say? I was thinking we have a group photo together. Fair enough, right? Come, everybody come forward. Now, the last of the big titans of World Speech Day. Come on, together. Come on, together, everybody together. Come on.
Just make sure that you can see everyone.
Come. Tall one, stand behind. In front, we.
Yes.
We bend down. Come on.
Careful of the wire. Wire.
Be careful of the wire, don't start the wire after you get electrocuted.
Have to do the hand like
Yeah.
Have to do the hand like Ernest. Have to do the hand like Ernest. Yeah.
Oh, hand like Ernest, okay.
Can see everybody?
Yes, I can see everyone.
Like that or not?
Okay, yes, that's good one. Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3. One more. 1, 2, 3.
Take a few more shots, not mine.
One shot.
One shot is alright.
Then a few more.
It don't cost.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay, one more for the
Yeah, one more. Yeah. Not to worry. 2 days time we post it in the WhatsApp, right? WhatsApp.
Okay, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 3. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so
Okay,
much.
wire, careful,
Be careful, wire. Be careful, wire. Be careful, wire.
Don't drop my camera.
Huh? Yeah, they'll bring me the money. Never mind, the next time you pay, okay, so never mind. Okay, sure. Okay, give me whenever you can.
More speech tips.
Sure. So, anybody want to buy my last book or not? I think better buy. Better buy it today. $40.
Our founders first.
Take the drink whatever you want.
Sorry, bye-bye. Bye-bye, vendor.
Just better buy the book and learn properly. Knowledge is boundless. I tell you, money can make. Knowledge you cannot cannot share. I tell you, really. Today I take the book also. Only the last book. Oh, that's the last book. Buy it. No mind. What that mean with you? Don't mind. You pay me whenever you're ready. Whenever you go back, whenever you're ready, you bring it, never mind. It's okay. Knowledge can never give away one. This is my way. Right? Knowledge can never give away. Understand? You pay me whenever you're ready. Okay? Knowledge can never give away.
Still answer.
Yeah, very good.
The three of us.
Okay, here.
And all the YMCA people. YMCA people. I need the YMCA people.
Can we have the YMCA?
Oh, the YMCA.
YMCA N4.
Thank you.
Can we have the YMCA,
Please come to my class. Come to my class. You have to buy the book.
See you, Sherry.
For my class.
Okay, let's have a picture. Let's have a picture. I already have a picture.
My class Friday and Saturday.
YMCA.
Friday afternoon, Saturday afternoon. No, my office. You have my class, right? That's why I said just have a small.
Guys, YMCA, N4. YMCA. Come, YMCA.
Yeah. YMCA. Come.
Any more?
Like this.
Okay, that's it. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay, for the foot.
Oh, my phone.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
We're done. Get all fast.
Okay. We still have a few buns inside.
Okay.
Yeah, still have something to eat.
Now I start to feel hungry.
Those who are hungry, we still got rice.
Yeah.
Afternoon snacks for you here. Afternoon snacks for you.
My number.
The banner must take down the banner picture. The banner.
I need to send this to like it's working so hard. It's okay. You just whenever you feel. You know my number, right?